charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edge and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again. Off the bat, again, that sounded big, and it was just as big. 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Tap, ball, catch, throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk. This holiday at Dynamos Cricket.
Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Lord's final day of this championship match in Division 2. An absolute corker of a game that we've got for you here on the live enhanced stream from Middlesex County Cricket Club in association with Daffodil. I'm Kevin Hand. Andrew McKenna's alongside me. Been with me for 4 days on this one, Macca, and really we couldn't have asked for a better start to the season. 288 for 6 Middlesex overnight. They lead by 189. All of that a recovery from 7 for 3 yesterday when, quite frankly, not many of us thought we'd be here today.
It's a fantastic game, really well set up. All three results still genuinely possible. I was really surprised as I was arriving this morning about to get into the lift into the media centre. I heard one of the security team talking to one of the ground staff, and straight away he went, "Well, this will be a shake hands at 5 o'clock job." I was like, "Really?" I thought, well, I'm going to keep that to myself. And I was like, well, that wouldn't be my default starting position this morning. I think positive result either way. And then if if they shut up shop, then maybe the draw. But yeah, that really surprised me because I think this is set up absolutely perfectly.
You actually hadn't told me that before you came on. You genuinely shocked me there. I did not see this being a shake hands at 5 o'clock at all. Wicket of Ben Geddes yesterday, brilliant partnership with Max Holden. That has probably opened up the game. I think if Geddes and Holden, though, it looked both really well set yesterday. And if they were both still here first thing this morning, Middlesex would be feeling in a really good, strong position in this innings, but taking the decision out of their hands in terms of where this innings goes, i.e. if they're bowled out by Lancashire, I think could be best case scenario for Middlesex. Could be best case for Lancashire, no doubt, as well, because they've then got a chance to go at something, but for the neutral, for sure. Anybody tuning in for this one this morning just wanted to see a really good finish. I think, 20, 30 more runs, Middlesex are 220, 230 ahead. I think the game's right in the margin, and you'd almost guarantee, even if it's 240 and Middlesex are bowled out at lunch, 120 a session for Lancashire. I don't think they'd balk at that. They'd certainly be thinking about it.
I think there's a couple of things at play this morning. We've already used one night watcher and we've still got the other one in overnight. So you have to assume that Brooks will play some shots this morning. And then you've got that lower middle order who are all capable of chipping in 25-30s. Now, if they all do that, then you're into a decent score. And then for me, the big question today is, what are Lancashire prepared to chase? Because they are the side who have been widely touted as being the best side in this division this year. Do they want to make a statement and say, we'll chase down whatever you set us, make a statement, get a win first up? Or do they say, do you know what, Middlesex, you're probably going to be there or thereabouts. Therefore, we're not going to risk giving you some points by us messing this up. So do they shut it up shop? It's going to be absolutely fascinating. This is why today I think it's going to be so good.
And of course as well, Jack Davies, who was saying another opener as such for how he started. Anyway, right, plenty to pick through and plenty to hear from. But first of all, let's catch up on those day 3 highlights. Now that's gone, surely. He's got himself into a bad position there, Harris. That was too full, too straight. And looking to hammer that ball. Zafar Gohar has a forfeit on his Middlesex debut. Oh, and it's Bailey who serves up a beaut first ball. Beautiful ball again from Bailey. Second time in the match. Fernandez gets a snorter from Bailey. And back he goes. Now, has he straightened it? He has. Oh, Robson doesn't like it. Robson doesn't like it at all. I have to admit, first instinct, I thought, yeah, nice little how's that, but not out. Has he? Yes, he has. They've got a third. Lancashire off to a flyer here. Bailey with a wow in this over. Wicket, dot wicket. And he's picked up Robson and deploy. Width. Got that away in front of the fielder in the deep, and he'll get it away for 4 as well, Higgins. He's made a good contact with that. There we go. Wait for the bad ball. Crunched through by Holden. Oh, wow. There you go. Edged. Out of reach. Second slip. Throwing up a hand. That's a beautifully timed shot. Stroked into the gap. Stroked down the slope as well. Oh! I was going to say it'll probably just be a couple. Edged short. I don't think it carried. Third slip going across in front of second. Jennings. The alternative. as you're really up against it. But they've given themselves a chance here, Middlesex. They were in real trouble at 7 for 3, but Higgins with 29, Holden 37 to go with. It's the legs. 20 behind Middlesex. Do you think? Oh, that's glorious. Tried to get the first one of the over away. Need to chase that one. Down the slope it goes. Oh, don't move. Carbon copy from Higgins. That one goes even quicker. Edged and short. He's gone a long way there, Hurst, in front of slip, knowing it's not going to carry. 4 runs as well. Consecutive 50s for Max Holden in this match. 69 in the first innings, 50 from 105 in the second innings. 6 fours. Compensating a little there, perhaps. Oh, that's a beaut. Higgins is done. Balderson from the pavilion end gets one to hold its line. Oh, now. Where's that gone? Oh, that's nicely done. Gets it through 2 shortish mid-wickets.
Never be as good. Wouldn't be as good as that anyway.
Full toss. Take that. Well, even nicer with shots like that. Goes into the 20s in the over 163. Picks out cover. Missed out on the last one. 4T there. But Middlesex haven't missed out too much in that session. So whilst to continue, he nearly had Holden before tee, didn't he? That little inside edge onto the pad, falling in front of short leg. Pulled hard, long way away from declaring. Oh, unless they keep hitting the ball like that. Leads 82. It's a nice shot, and what a way to go to a century. Gets it past the mid-arm. A beaut of an on-drive from Holden. A beaut of an innings. 69 in the first innings. He's 101 from 193 deliveries in the second. It's his 13th 4. It's away. And it's away for 4. Shot. Touched away. Beaut, isn't it?
Oh, glorious. Glorious.
Bassers will try and get that move on. That helps, and it helps. Vergettes to his first 50 for Middlesex. Arriving in the winter. He moves to 50 from 94 balls, 95 now. Length. A bit like that.
Short extra cover, the last 3 balls, each one for shots played.
Punched away. 4 runs. Oh, that's fine cricket from Holden, up on his toes, guides it away.
For Morgan.
Oh, now he's given him. Well. Oh, that's a good shot. Sweet clip just wide of mid-arm. Lift up. And that one has gone. Taking the edge through to the keeper. That's a beaut from Balderson. And Holden's done it. Maiden's finish today from Balderson, 2 for 53, excellent from him, but outstanding from that Max Holden. There we go, day 3 highlights from here at Lords. We're quickly rushing towards the 4th day of this one. There's been plenty to talk about. We've been nattering about it all already. Plenty more to come. But let's first of all find out what the view from the dressing room was last night. Stephen Fletcher has been speaking to Max Holden.
Max Holden, thanks for joining us at the end of a gripping third day's play here at Lords against Lancashire. Max, first and foremost, the 6th century of your career. Huge congratulations and well batted.
Thank you. No, yeah, I was really pleased to kick on. I was happy with how I felt in the first innings to get that start, but I was disappointed to let them back into the game. So I was determined to put that right out there in the second innings. As soon as I got in, I was telling myself to keep going and not letting them back into the game. So really pleased to convert and put us in a decent position.
I think the knock was even more remarkable. The fact that you came in at the crease at 7 for 3. Well, you weren't at 7 for 3, but you were joined by Higo at 7 for 3. A horror start for the lads. What was the attitude when Ryan joined you? Because you batted there in a fantastic 4th wicket partnership with Ryan that really brought us back into it.
I think just play each ball its merits, take it on ball at a time. I think obviously it's easy to feel that pressure of the scoreboard and being behind in the third innings, but we both said try and take the scoreboard out of the equation. Play the ball as it comes, keep our intent high. If they give us balls to hit, we will hit them. If not, we'll defend really hard in between and just try and get a partnership going in that situation. And it's funny how that happens and things send slightly into fade a bit more. But just one ball at a time and keep our intent.
Ryan's dismissal obviously brought debutant Ben Geddes to the crease. Ben's obviously been with the club a short time. How's he fitted in first and foremost?
Yeah, fantastically well. It feels like he's been here more than a few months. He's fitted in really seamlessly. I think from the first session he came in when he got back from Australia, I think everyone realised what a great player he was if they didn't already from playing against him. And he's worked really hard in the nets and played beautifully out there today. So it's nice to get a partnership with him and put us in a decent position.
An outstanding partnership of 163 for the 5th wicket there. He looks, as you say, every bit a class player. I think I won't ask you to comment on it, but I think he can probably consider himself a little unfortunate to be on his way back to the hutch there.
I mean it's one of those things. Obviously sometimes they go your way, sometimes they don't, but that's cricket and it was just obviously great to put on that partnership and it was a tricky period to bat at the end with the guys coming in as well with the light fading, obviously the second new ball. So hopefully we've got some good runs in the hutch tomorrow to come and the boys rest up and go again.
Max, you were in outstanding form last year. You missed out on 1,000 runs just by a whisker. Best year of your career to date. You started obviously with a 69 in the first innings, or 70 I think, in the first innings. Notched up 100 here today. You must be looking to kind of surpass last year's efforts, if anything.
Yeah, I don't like to set too many targets in terms of runs. Just play each game as it comes. I think last year, I found a really nice formula at number 3 about how to go about it, and obviously trying to keep evolving, but stick to my process, and one game at a time, and try and contribute the best I can to the side.
We've got a lead on the board now, Max, of 189. We're slap bang right back in the game here. Sets up a gripping last day. Yeah,
definitely. All results possible. Obviously we like a few more runs in the morning with the guys to come, and then we'll give it a massive crack with the ball. There's been enough in the wicket all game, and I thought the way that we bowled in the first innings as a unit was almost as good as I've seen for a long time. Really, I think every bowler should be really proud of how they went about it, and probably didn't get the rewards they deserve. So hopefully they come tomorrow, and we can put up a real good fight.
Absolutely agree. I mean, I think probably that last half an hour there with the new ball showed that there's still plenty in it. Obviously, Zafar was getting a little bit on that second day there, picked up 4 for on debut himself. He settled in really well, looks to be a class act too.
Yeah, he's world-class, international calibre spinner. No, he's obviously gives our attack another dimension with that experience and that quality, and obviously to have him and 4 high-quality seamers coming into day 4, it's a position we want to be in, and we have every faith, whatever score we get, with a range of abilities in that attack that we can defend anything. So rest up and give it a good go tomorrow.
Outstanding. Well, Max, as I say, well batted yourself. All the very best of luck tomorrow, and here's to a good day for Middlesex.
Cheers, Fletch.
So Max Holden there speaking to Stephen Fletcher at the close of play yesterday, and pretty positive, pretty upbeat, and not surprised because 7 for 3 it was a tough one for Middlesex to recover from that, but Max Holden doing just that for his side. 135 to go with his 69 in the first inning. It's been a brilliant display from him, and he was full of credit for the bowlers, and quite rightly so. I think everybody in this match that watched that first innings knows that 359 didn't quite tell the story of just how well Middlesex bowled. Lancashire batted extremely well in this game, Harris in particular, but Jennings at the top as well. Still a job to do this morning, but Holden, as much praise as we've heaped onto the bowlers, you've got to heap praise onto Holden as well. It's got to be as good an innings as he's possibly ever played. Against this attack, the pressure, first game of the season, he's already got a 50 in the first dig, and he's gone even bigger second time around, Macca.
Absolutely. In terms of numbers, it's not his best, but in terms of importance, setting up a match, potentially setting up a season, it could well be up there with one of his best come the end of the career. But he will be hoping, as he just alluded to there, now need to go on again this morning. Need to get that extra amount. 190 for round numbers is where the lead is at the moment. Another 40 or 50 and it really, really gets interesting. What are Lancashire prepared to chase? Well, we'll find out that later in the afternoon. We're going to start with Bailey, who took the first 3 yesterday, but from the pavilion end. So interesting, he's going to go from the nursery first thing this morning.
Edged and gone, a wicket first ball. Well, an eye watch doesn't last long. Brooks has a little look back at the wicket. It was just good line and length bowling from Bailey, and the forward defence from Brooks, who's in a good position, but nipping down that slope, probably just the smallest amount of movement toward that outside edge. But then again, if you get a ball like that first thing in the morning, there wasn't too much on it, was there? It's just proper line and length bowling. Hit the top of the off stump and you'll get your reward eventually. Well, he's got his reward. First ball this morning, Bailey. So no dig-in or indeed hitting out from the night watch. Brooks is done, but equally I'm sure he won't be too disappointed to see that this pitch has still got a little bit of life in it and a bit of pace, and nice carry as well through to the slips, which is something else we've talked about in this game. Good start for Lancashire. 2-8-8 for 7, Middlesex.
Yeah, Bailey's been good throughout the game, although he was a little down on himself when he did an interview at close of play last night, talking about day one, and wasn't that impressed, but he's had a pretty good game. He now got 4 for. But of course, the night watcher is gone, and therefore it does open. It's not the worst thing in the world, this, for Middlesex, you know. Yes, of course, would have liked Brooks to have got a few, but now with Davies coming in, you've got 2 proper batters at the crease. The game can progress, and potentially that little bit quicker.
Yeah, so both former openers for Middlesex. Just going to have a quick look and see now, but Davies, certainly his first class debut was as an opener for Middlesex. Holden's fair chance that he came in as an opener, if not number 3, but they have a new ball to face this morning. Turning into its 12th over. And Bailey's hunting a 5 for at Lords. 189 the lead. I think everybody's kind of the opinion. Something around 240, 250 would be a really good game. That'd be bang in the middle. Anything, 220, fewer than that, you'd be fancy in Lancashire. 240, 250 above, you're starting to fancy Middlesex. Perhaps, the draw then, if Lancashire are batting at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Hang on in there at the end.
Well, the way that the game is now, that teams are far more prepared to chase totals that they wouldn't have in previous years. And just the structure of the season, will they give it a go? What are they prepared to chase? And of course it's always easier to get a batter out who is not playing recklessly, but of a more attacking intent. If you've just got completely into dig in, get yourself a trench, Mike Atherton, South Africa, 1995 kind of territory. If you're into that complete defensive mindset, it's actually quite hard to get them out, but the game doesn't go anywhere. So you almost don't want to set Lancashire too many, so they've got no interest.
Davies off the mark. Pick up a couple. It's a deep backward square. Middlesex off the mark for the day. Whatever happens today now, it should be interesting. It should be fun. At 7 for 3. It looked as though there was only one winner really yesterday, but Holden has at very least given Middlesex a chance. Bearing in mind there's 2 night watchers back in the pavilion. What will these final 3 wickets be able to do? First things first, survive Bailey. He'll be thinking about rattling through them this morning and not allowing much more than 210, 220 for the batters to go out and chase. It's a big marker for the season for both, but I think across the 3 days what we can say so far is the way that the game has gone back and forth, it tells you that both sides are looking good for the season, because there have been various points in the game where you think, you know, one or other could have been in trouble in this match. Just be a single to end the over, keep the strike. First of the day done. Brooks is done as well. He's back in the pavilion. First ball of the 4th day, nicking off. Jennings with a catch. Not done much wrong there, really, Brooks, has he? Defend the line of off stump. Might not be the worst thing for Davies, actually, that the night watch goes early if he hangs around for a little while. You sat there with the pads on, you're waiting for your chance, you're waiting for your chance. Well, let's just get out there and get on with it first thing. What do you reckon? Helmet problem already, it looks like.
Has he come out with the wrong one, maybe? Because as a keeper, you will have a keeping helmet. I wonder if he's brought the keeping helmet one out.
Very, very good from you, Macca. Very good. I like that.
I think that's what it is. The keeping helmet. Just sometimes there's a bit of a clue. Round by the nape at the back of your head, there's an angled piece, whereas the batting helmet has the straight line across, and then obviously the 2 protection pieces that you can see either side there as well. So I think he's just, in his rush to get out there, he's so desperate to get out and bat, he's just picked up the wrong one.
Not expecting the first baller for Brooks. Balderson from the pavilion end then, 2 for 53. Davies managing 4 in the first innings. Nice marker from Balderson down the slope. Yeah, Bailey had a, you touched on it there about Bailey opening up at the nursery end. He had that 10 ball over, didn't he? 4 no balls. An expensive first over at the nursery end when he was switched up, but better start at the nursery end today. Balderson mostly has been pavilion end in this one, I think.
I'd imagine there's a few cricket fans around the country whose teams' games finished yesterday. There were a few early finishes in the county championship, so if you are a supporter of a team, not Middlesex or Lancashire, then welcome along to this enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. Stay with us for the rest of what should be a cracking day.
The other thing that's played its part in this match is the weather, isn't it? How many times at this stage of the season do you lose 2, 3, 4 sessions of a game? Lose a day to rain even, but you know, bad light in the evening, or first week of April, it's not usually ideal cricket weather. Overhead it has been. Temperatures have been very cold yesterday. Plenty of reports of how cold it was out there.
Yeah, once again, it looks absolutely glorious looking at your monitors, but that breeze today really does have an edge on it. I think it's about 14 degrees is the temperature today, but you can take a good couple off for the wind breeze that's going bottom left to top right of your picture, and therefore enabling this to come back into the left-hander.
Yeah, jumped in the car this morning, said it was 5 degrees at that point, about 7 a.m. or so. The wind chill, as you say, at that point would have been extremely different to that temperature. But by all accounts, it was pretty cold out there yesterday. The breeze coming in from behind the media centre, northernly. First day, warmest day of the year so far. Shocked everybody in that sense, didn't it? It was coming in from behind the pavilion. Edged and short. Another one dropped short. Going to go, I think. It is. Davies passed his first innings score of 4.
He goes very tentatively at that one, rather than a hard push with the hands, and you say that's probably what saves him.
Yep. He's played it pretty late, hasn't he? But again, this number now that have dropped short in this game. Davies himself, I think, will have to be leading that Middlesex slip cordon. A good step forward. Holden's first ball of the day coming up. 295 for 7 is the score. 135 from Holden is well, the mainstay of this innings, really, isn't it? Really helped lead the Middlesex recovery. Higgins, Ben Geddes with a significant contribution as well, that pairing. Yeah, Bailey versus Holden right now is the big matchup. It's the blockbuster event of this first hour of the final day. Nicely played, nicely bowled. Around the wicket, Holden's got to think about the off stump there. Ball jags back in with the slope, or indeed swings. Bailey, we were saying of the taller bowlers in the match, he's the one that's found the most swing. Middlesex with a trio of tall bowlers in Roland Jones, Brooks and Cullen. But it was Higgins really that was getting the swing, getting that movement through the air. Goes a little straighter. First run of the day for Holden. The wicket to Davies, around the wicket to Holden. Got all forms of dismissal in play from the nursery end to the right hander, to the left hander. Sorry, if you're right arm over the wicket.
His no ball problems yesterday were all around the wicket, weren't they? But he looks today a lot more comfortable from this end. Just having that spell yesterday seems to have acclimatised, and then presumably another good warm-up session pre-game, and he's ready to go.
You think of Murtagh over the years at the nursery end. LBWs that he'd get of the left hand to get the ball to hold its line up the slope. Over the years, what he developed was the ability to seam a ball up the slope. Pretty sure, he said to me, you know, pretty much the help of Richard Johnson, Angus Fraser. There you go, something like that. That one holds its line. It's not particularly done a great deal. Obviously, what's on Davies' mind at that point is the ball nipping down the slope, taking off stump. LBW in play. Yeah, Murtagh, he'd be able to get it to seam up the slope as well. A swing bowler by trade over the years, but did get that seaming as well. Pretty tough going for the batters. End of the 94th, 296 for 7. There he is, second left, Tim Murtagh. Rory Coots, assistant coach. And on the far left is Richard Johnson, the head coach.
Still plenty in this, isn't there? Even on the morning of the 4th day. Still that bit in it for everyone. Been a good pitch.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant cricket wicket, this one. This stage of the season, you really do fancy you're going to lose at least a couple of sessions of a game. For whatever reason, be it the rain, be it the light. You're going to have the full 4 days on this one. It might not end in a result or a win for either side. It might be that Lancashire holding on for the draw later on. You get the feeling though, with the runs, the lead as it is at the moment, that if we are still here come 6 o'clock, it's, as you say, all 3 results really at that point, or 4 indeed.
You're going early in the season for a tie there, aren't you?
But yeah, point being, it's so difficult to get the balance right at this stage of the season, isn't it? Whether you leave a bit of grass on the top and help the bowlers a little bit more. If we'd have lost 2 sessions in this game, then nailed on draw. But got to prepare the best wicket you can, hope the weather plays its part. And I don't think either team would have even a moment's grumble about this surface. It's been a fine one. .298 for 7.
You think about the ups and downs of this game. 6-wicket clatter for Middlesex on day 1, and then Lancashire taking that strong position next to their 3-5-9. Middlesex in a hole at 7 for 3, and now the fight back. It's been a bit in it for everyone. It's been a fluctuating game, which I think we can safely say not all the other games in this round of the Championship have been so far. Some have been a little bit one-dimensional. This certainly hasn't. We've seen plenty of seam, plenty of spin, which in the first week of April you certainly wouldn't have been expecting. Batters getting themselves in, making big scores.
It's a lovely ball from Bailey. Again, the slope is bringing that ball back in, but that seemed, or whether it was a late swing, let's have a look. It has gone away from him. Saw the one in the last over that just held its line up the slope. Etchathon come firing back in either through the air or off the seam. Again, one that just holds its line. What's he pondering? He's deep in thought about what the next delivery is going to be, how he's going to work this over out. And there it is, one that comes back in, but he starts it too straight, swings down the leg side. Yeah, Mercer was an absolute master from this end. How to use that slope, right-hander, left-hander. See a little bit of shape on that. Just swings after it, passes him really well. It doesn't swing too much, but you can just see it's come back in where that begins and then where it's back into there. So he's had two balls come back in consecutively. One starting too straight, that one just starting a little too wide. He's now brought third slip across to leg slip Bailey.
So he can bowl that ball again and maybe just get the little glance off the face of the bat.
And then it runs away, guaranteed, absolutely guaranteed. All on the floor, it wouldn't have been a chance, but 4 runs. Third slip may have had a chance of diving across to get a hand to it and stopping it. Straight into the ground. And that's the 300 up for Middlesex in their second innings. Lead moves past 200 with it as well. 302 for 7. Do you reckon it was the bluff, moving it across, moving third slip across to leg? I don't think it was, because surely you'd have it in your mind. You must know, right, I'm going to angle this one across him. If I move third slip to leg slip, make it the bluff, he's going to edge it through third. It's cricketing law, isn't it? Nice start from Balderson right on the spot.
Seen a lot of leg slip and leg gully this game, haven't we? And that is just the slope and the swing. It just enables it, because it's one of the easiest shots in the game, that little just feather off of the hip, get it down to fine leg, long leg, run up what you can, or if you get lucky you get 4. But actually, can just as easily, if you've got that catcher in there.
It's a lovely ball again. We mentioned it first ball of the morning with Brooks, didn't we? That, you know, Brooks and co shouldn't be too disappointed with the ball that got him. It was good pace, good bounce, and carry through to Jennings at slip. Similarly, that one there, look. But again, we haven't really seen anything hit the chest hard, and that's why we've been saying keeper and slips just get a little further forward.
It's good though that we've still got bowlers who are hunting that shoulder of the bat, that top corner. Only needs one to go up a little bit. Implies there is still plenty in there. Of course, it's still a relatively new ball. New conker taken last night.
Leg side. Davies punishes him. Over the top, rolls the wrists. Blick.
Yeah, through square leg. Mid wicket didn't have a chance to get him round, and the fielder at long leg on the boundary was a few more metres away and just watched it. Timed all the way.
Go for balls. Early parts of the recovery from Holden and Higgins 7 for 3. We were 220, weren't we, for the game? If you wanted to see a decent game made of it in the final innings, only below 220, Lancashire really. Middlesex would just be starting to have a little bit of a chance, a little bit of a 220, get up over 250, 260. What does come into play there then is time. Lancashire got a lot of runs to score in a couple of sessions. And do Middlesex have enough time in a couple of sessions to take 10 wickets? Right arm around, you're going to struggle to get the LBW. Holden will get 4-leg buys. But excitement in the slips. Interesting that he's around the wicket to Holden, but over the wicket to Davies. LBW out of the equation around the wicket to Tander because of the nature of the slope here at Lord's.
He's clearly targeting one area to Holden, taking that out of the equation. Leg slips going back in, courtesy of first slip. So Jennings stays where he is at second. And Jones wanders across to leg slip. Deep mid wicket comes up to join the theoretical fielding circle there, making his way towards the square leg umpire.
Dabbed to the offside. It's interesting they brought up deep square. I guess what he's saying is by bringing in leg slip, he's certainly give to deep square and just take the leading edge. Good tumbling start, backward point. Please Bailey, because they want to keep Holden on strike. He's trying to work something up here, isn't he?
I guess it also gives us a little window into Lancashire's thinking, in that, yes, you don't want to give Holden an easy single, but of course it's just another run to the total that need to be chased. So make your life as easy as possible and don't let it increase by just a gentle nudge into the leg side. That will go down for 4. And it takes Holden to 142 not out. He's therefore got the highest score in the game. So far, I should add.
Yeah, with that aggregate as well, 69 in the first innings, it really is a brilliant, brilliant performance this by Holden. Oh, a little dabble. Beats the edge. Well, he's brought that leg slip across, and so far he's hung it outside off. For the most part, look at that. It's just drawn him into it. Started a long way wide. He really has. So he's got to suck it into it. That's got to do a lot to come back and take the off stump, that one. But beats the outside edge and goes through to the gloves of the keeper. 3 3:15 for 7, 2:16 that lead. The game really is moving along here. Middlesex ticking those runs along this morning, moving that lead along. The 1 wickets go down, but Bailey certainly in the game. Balderston's had his moments as well. They'll be desperate to get rid of Holden quickly this morning if they can. And get up to that bowler's bar themselves later, hopefully celebrating Lancashire. That's down just to the side of the Lancashire dressing room. 3:15 for 7.
I mentioned that Holden's got the highest score in the game, which I'm sure again is in Keaton Jennings' mind as an opening batter, saying, well, hang on, it's not a minefield if there's a bloke out there 142 not out in the early stages of the final day. Again, it comes into that thought of, well, what can we chase?
So looking sharp. Picking out the cover. He didn't go too hard on it there, just a watchful offering into the offside from Davies. Well, that was what I think, you know, when we were working it out as you do, just looking ahead, thinking, where could this game go? What do Middlesex need to do to give themselves some sort of chance that it's not going to be a walkover for Lancashire? 220s where you're really in a chase, you're looking at somebody at least hitting a very big 50. Edged and short again. Jennings low to his left at second slip. Just short. How many times in this game? It's got to be a conversation for Middlesex, hasn't it? Whether it's 2 sessions, 2.5 sessions, they've got to try and take 10 wickets today. They're going to have to take a step forward and better drop them than keep dropping short like this.
Yeah, you don't want to be having to take 15 wickets, do you? It's 10, and no more than 10.
You must be looking at least 8, 9 that have dropped short in this match now. But nothing's. We mentioned that one. I think it was Bohannon, wasn't it, where he was put down at gully. He got only one hand to it, but he got a good hand to it, didn't he? It was a sharp chance, but that's the only one that's really gone hard at anyone in a slip or gully position, and it's gone down. And again, that was one-handed, having to go to his side. But point being, there are all these that are dropping short, but nothing's fired at the chest of a slip fielder real fast, and it's come too fast to this. So might be a slight regret for Lancashire. They haven't taken a little bit of a step forward and, you know, shelled a few of these rather than continually see them drop short. 3:15 for 7.
And that Geddes one, actually, he was quite close in at that point as well. And that was the kind of the telling thing, that it did get there quickly. First change of the morning, Bailey's off, Williams is on. Bailey therefore reverts back to the pavilion end. Keaton Jennings just getting the obligatory plaster on knees and elbows. Absolute shockers for fielders. It looks lush, that grass, but it is still pretty firm. And all it takes is one dive, and you know, first week of the season you'll get it, and then it doesn't clear up till about November, because you're always taking that scab off.
That's 2 slips for Williams to hold him. Saw Bailey go with 1 slip and 1 leg slip at the end of his last over.
Don't remember Williams swinging as many as Bailey's, or at least moving as many, so that's probably the thinking there, isn't it? Bailey's got that ability to nip it down the slope and, as we say, run it off the hip.
That's guided nicely, but Gully's well positioned. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Of the big fellas, it's only really Bailey who's got a considerable amount of swing in this game. Higgins for Middlesex. Follow that quick quartet, but not anywhere near as tall as the other 3 in the Middlesex lineup, nor Williams and Bailey. And indeed, even Sutton and Aspinwall are skiddier bowlers, really, aren't they? Sutton was banging a few in yesterday, wasn't he? To try and get a few bumpers to get them out. Still seeing it big, isn't he? Position, he's played it with time.
We've been out there 6.5 hours now altogether. Those 293 deliveries. Add in the first innings as well. Really has been occupation of the crease.
Away. Across end of the over, 316 for 7. I don't think they'd have gone out there with anything particularly in mind today, Middlesex. Yeah, it's early season. If this was the last game of the season and Middlesex needed to win to go up, then perhaps going out there with a ploy. But they'd have known that Brooks going first ball could as easily have been Holden going first ball of the innings. You know, his first ball faced of the day, I should say. And then all of a sudden it goes in a heap and it's done quickly. So I don't think there'd have been any real thought of let's get to this or let's get to that. I think it would have been go out there and take on, play properly first morning. Because 189 was the lead overnight. A couple of quick wickets, bang, bang. Again, if it was, let's say it was Holden and Davies that went 2, then all of a sudden you're thinking, oh, can we get to 220? So I don't think they'd have had too much in mind about what they want to do. Obviously for Lancashire, it's just wrap it up as quickly as they can. Start. There's another good example of it. We looked at it all the way through this innings with Nathan Fernandez as well, didn't we? Talk about the slope, right arm over to the left-hander. That's just coming back up the slope slightly there off the seam. But it's got to do so much against that slope to come back and bring off stump into play. Hands on heads. Hands on heads for the fielders, but where's that pitch him? Outside leg. So as excited as they are, that shouldn't have been given out, even if he'd missed it.
And a bloke on 143, you don't think he's probably going to miss it anyway.
Oh, now that is the perfect line of length. Has to play at that, Davies. Just full of a length, brings him forward. Oh, that was so close, wasn't it?
That's up there with the best we've seen in the whole game, either side, isn't it? It's exactly where it needs to be when you take into account left-hander, slope going away.
Edged and short again. Penny for the thoughts of Keaton Jennings. I mean, it's halfway, that one, that's well short. Well short compared to the last, but
You're never going to be that far up that one carries, because that one's genuinely gone straight down from the edge. You do start to wonder, well, are these going to go to hand or not? That's a big old stride into the ball, that one, wasn't it? He was covering any kind of movement there.
Edged and away for 4. Third. Close, fourth slip. Maybe we'd have had a chance.
Wasn't quite at the pitch of it, was it? Which is why it then started to go up, and you thought, could that be looping? Third slip gully kind of region.
That's glorious. Holds on to 148, 2-2-6 the lead. Pretty juicy volley outside off with a short boundary. Through the covers it goes. It's hard, what's more, and there's the 150 for Max Holden. 152, 298 deliveries. It's been a masterful innings from Max Holden. It really has, from 7 for 3. Middlesex were facing up to a 3-day defeat in this one, but he has given his side every chance on this final day, perhaps turning it on its head. It's been one of his very, very best, and against a strong Lancashire side as well. 406 minutes. Holden's finest hour, I'd suggest, so far this.
They always say the best hundreds are when your team need them. 100 when everyone else is getting 80, 90, 100 and putting 650 on the board doesn't always count quite as much. This is absolutely when his team needed it the most. Coming in, drop of the first, and then seeing the scoreboard at 7 for 3, and he's still there. Best part of 100 overs later.
That's a nice ball. Well, tricky last ball of the over, but good start to it. Back-to-back boundaries, and this one, well, dismissed in between cover and mid-off. Hit on the up, that. The other one was a stroke through the covers. That one he's belted to move past the 150. Double century at Northamptonshire. Kookaburra game, second round of last season. But this is against the Lancashire side who have come down from Division 1, but they're a strong unit. And they're led by Bailey, who he's had to face in both innings, Holden. It was Williams that got him first innings.
You mentioned Lancashire coming down, and obviously the fact that they were relegated means that they didn't win that many games, and they would have been low on confidence. You just wonder, the longer that this Middlesex innings carries on, are they just potentially picking up those scars a little bit more, playing on the confidence? I know Lancashire have had a bit of a retool and a bit of a rejig to their squad. But, you know, sides get low on confidence because they're not winning. This is the first chance of a new season. They were in a fabulous, fabulous position. And now, 24 hours later, I'm not saying that it's gone away, but there might just be the odd little nagging doubt in the back of your mind. You'd only be human, wouldn't you?
Slope falling from left to right as you look there. It's got a fair bit to do to come back up the slope from there to take the off stump, but trying to set up Davies here. Did it? Did it just beat the bat, that one? His head snapped around quickly there, Davies. No, beats the edge. It was the way his head snapped around the keeper though. But another one that doesn't carry. Just falling short of the keeper. End of the over, 3-2, 9 for 7.
Keeper's instinct, wants to know what's going on. Is it carrying? Taking all that information.
Well, he's had a great view of it this morning, hasn't he? Because he's offered a few of those edges falling short.
Well, it's good to see here. Thick end of 50 minutes into this. And, you know, we were talking about, you know, extra 20s and 30s. Middlesex still playing it properly. They've not got into thrashing at everything mode. You know, this isn't a side that are thinking of pulling out before lunch, for instance.
Yeah, and, you know, 7 for 3 recovering as they have. That's got to be in their mind that, you know, obviously Max talked about it, we've talked about it. It was as good a bowling performance as a unit from Middlesex. As they produced for some time. Yep, Lancashire racked up 359 on an early season surface, and Middlesex, look at them now, 330 for 7. So 2-3-1. Again, let's say Middlesex were all done at lunch. They've added 40 in 50 minutes this morning. So they argue, for argument's sake, they had another 40. The 270 in Lancashire come out after lunch with 64 overs left in the game. Oh, gets away. Keeper standing up. Buys. Lifted.
Hands were in a pretty decent position. They just were a little bit too low, as you say. It's bounced that. Would have been an excellent take if he'd been able to even get something onto that.
So it is around that 270 mark. Lancashire will look at it, take it to tee, see how many wickets are standing and take it from there.
I guess the big difference between the sides, we look at the bowling attacks, some very good seam options. You would say that the Middlesex spin option, though, is better in Zafar Gohart. Wells has done well, and he's actually taken some big wickets, but you'd say Zafar would be a better all-round prospect.
Oh wow, that's lovely from Holden. Is that his shot of the day? I mean, there's some beauts in the innings. They've been the most pleasing ones. They generally are, aren't they? Shots down the ground, but early season, the ball's not racing off the surface. Softer surfaces. It's the on drive that often does stand out more than any other. Brings up the 50 partnership as well for these two. Together when Brooks was out, first ball of the 4th day. Good response, good follow-up from Williams. End of the over, 339 for 7.
Yeah, so you would expect Middlesex obviously would go pretty seam heavy early doors when they do get the ball in hand. But the left arm spin is going to play a very interesting part. How early do you bring it in? How long do you bowl in for in terms of a spell? I've got a feeling he's going to have a big say in this game. Lancashire can combat him, then things will go back in their direction. If Safa Gohar gets on top, then Middlesex have a big chance.
That's a really good start again from Balderson. Draws Davies in. It's a slope falling away from leg stump to off. So that ball should always be leaving. Davies as it's done there. And it looks as though he's playing an awfully long way away, but again, a little bit of late swing. We've seen it how many times, just dramatically adjust the line or seam movement up the slope.
Well, you say that's a man who's comfortable playing here. What he's doing is he's playing the line if the ball doesn't move, knowing that if it does move away, it's going to miss the outside edge. So that's a man who understands his game and also where he's playing it.
Big season again, this one for Davies. Replaced John Simpson as wicket-keeper last year. We talked about Murtagh finishing up just over a year ago. Simpson heading to Sussex last year. 2011, I think it was. Maybe a little earlier than that, 2009, 2010. Simpson made the gloves his own. There's a young Lancastrian arriving here at Lords. He was on the MCC Young Cricketers. Middlesex picked him up. Former Middlesex coach and Lancashire player Stuart Law said he remembered seeing John Simpson as a young lad playing cricket in the outfield in his time at Lancashire. And pitched up here coaching him years later. But he made a mark from a very young age. I think he was the youngest player to play first Premier League cricket in the Lancashire leagues, John Simpson, so had a big reputation from a very young age. Maiden over from Balderson, another good one, 339 for 7.
Well, speaking of John Simpson, his Sussex side are in action. He made runs in the first innings. Second time around, 166 for 4. So unless something quite strange happens, that's the third innings of the match. They lead by 241. Could potentially be a similar kind of game to here, but we will see. Aspinwall to have a go now from the nursery end.
Wide on the crease first ball there, hasn't he? Holding him behind it. You'd mentioned it, Bailey, perhaps up to the pavilion end will be the next move for Lancashire when they get the chance. Watchfully done that one from Holden, just a gentle single. He's in the night watch early this morning, Brooks, but ticked along nicely since then. I do wonder if they get towards 300 before the interval. Would they be tempted? I don't think they would, to pull out. Would they be tempted to have 10 minutes before lunch if the next 40 minutes or so went very well for them? Mentioning that Ben Geddes' wicket yesterday evening might have actually done them a favour in moving the game along a little bit.
Well, they always say with declarations, it's not actually about the runs, it's about the time, isn't it? How long do you need to bowl the opposition out? And it's been on average about an innings per day so far in this match. But this is going to be the most worn part of the surface as we get into the final afternoon of the final day. And Middlesex have a spinner who can potentially take advantage of that. So you can go a bit shorter. Would 2 sessions be enough? Well, I mean, if we just do basic maths, the lead is 240 for round numbers at the moment, and there's 80 overs remaining. 3 and over is about where we've been in this game, as you can see there. 3.2 and over currently is the rate. So it's not right just yet.
Attempted scrambling, stopping the covers, doesn't manage to get a hand on it, and it's probably Davies' nicest shot of the day, I'd suggest. Goes to 25. Under the over, the lead moves to 245. Middlesex 344 for 7.
Nice little view up there. It's one of the more entertaining hats that we've seen during the match as well.
He's got his feet up as well.
Not sure I've ever seen a bright red bowler before, though. Rather jazzy, wasn't it?
So there you go. Bailey is up to the pavilion end for his second spell of the final day. Just the single. All due respect to Jack Davies, it is the Middlesex wicket-keeper that Bailey will really want to have a look at. Can they get, if they can't get Holden out, can they get Middlesex out around him? Lovely, lovely looking shot from Davies. Good stop in the covers again. Doesn't go too hard at it. Oh, hello. Does that count as overthrows if you throw it from cover to mid-off? There's no thought from Middlesex of scampering through. Point is the ball dead there? I guess it's not. You push it to cover and cover from the floor as he was there. Bohannon wristily flicks it up to mid-off but throws it over the fielder's head.
It's not been touched by keeper or bowler, has it? So technically not dead.
Just wouldn't be cricket to take a single there, would it? You wouldn't see such shenanigans, especially here at Lord's.
No. Because that would just upset the members, and you'd never want to upset the members, would you?
Could make for an interesting dining room chat at lunch, couldn't it? No ball from Bailey. He had problems with it at the nursery end when he changed ends in the first innings. Now he's changed from the nursery to the Pav. Oh, son's getting to the youngster up the top there. Lancashire fan. if we're not taking these last 3 wickets yet.
He's either looking for a divine intervention or there's something desperately wrong with his shoes.
Look for a couple here. Comfortable enough. Maybe he's on to 27. It's the lead up to 250 as well. Deep in thought, pondering what Lancashire need to do, pondering what Middlesex might set.
Wondering when Dad's finally going to go to the concession stall.
Yeah. Well, that slips out.
All of his no ball problems have been around the wicket. So is there just something slightly there that just isn't quite comfortable for him? It is odd. It's been so good in this game, but there we go. 349 for 7. 250 the lead. We will lose 2 of those remaining overs for the change of innings as and when it comes.
For the neutral perspective on this and wanting a tight finish, we are reaching the stage where, but equally for Middlesex, we talked about how difficult a declaration can be. And they're only 20 or 30 runs away now from Middlesex from this being a real test for Lancashire. Go on, go out and score 270, 280 to win this.
Well, it's worth remembering, of course, this is a red ball game. There are no fielding restrictions. You don't have to have fielders in there. So the fact that Lancashire has still got 2 slips tells you that at the moment they're not in a sort of complete defensive mentality. There's 4 in what would be a theoretical 30-metre circle.
Oh, it's a lovely shot.
Which enables you to play shots like that and get full value for runs.
350 up for Middlesex. 353 for 7. They're only 6 runs shy of Lancashire's first innings total now.
So my point being, you could easily say, take second slip out and put him as the cover sweeper, and that doesn't go for 4. Which tells you that Lancashire are still fairly happy with the way that this is going.
Yeah, 255 minimum. 79.3 overs remaining today. When Harris got going, Middlesex had really kept it tight, that run rate in the first innings, hadn't they? First Lancashire innings. End of the over, 354 for 7. Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Ow. That is some pickup shot.
Leg slip back into place once again for Bailey. We've seen this. So Gully's gone across, just taking half a step further to his right.
Worked away across in front of him.
Inspector Gadget might have caught that one. I think a human being probably is forgiven for not getting a hand on it, but you can see the plan straight away.
Now that's done a bit. Is it late swing? Would be my instinct. Yeah, just a little bit of late swing. Mind you, maybe hit it from that side. Hit it from behind. I thought late swing, but maybe it was off the surface, that one. Not a bad thing for Middlesex to see at all at this stage, though. Much like we said with Brooks first thing this morning. Aspinwall to continue. The nursery ends. Oh, now. Is that toe end? Yes, it was.
I confess he did me. I was looking for which stand it was going to be clearing.
Deep square set, dropping back now.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
And another one goes across. 5-4 fields, backward square leg. And deep third.
Are they thinking this is the acceleration, therefore? Because that's the first real massively aggressive shot we've seen. So we mentioned before that Lancashire seemed relatively comfortable with how it was. Is this now the first indication they think Middlesex are getting on with this? Where are we? Coming up 12:15. You could potentially have 10 more minutes and then declare if you think you've got enough, if you want to have a troublesome session before lunch.
It's all changed out there, look. There goes another. It's a 5-4 field, but on the onside. So you can, the one that you can't see in shot there is a deep mid-wicket as well. See the deep backward square legs in a little long leg. Orthodox mid-wicket, there's also a deep mid-wicket back. That would have been frustrating had that got away down the leg side. Probably set there for that straight, that line around the wicket. Gonna have to keep it straight because he hasn't got much protection now on the offside. Got a slip. Very fine deep third. Just in between the bowler's bar and the Warner at the top of the screen there. But yeah, just a point. And indeed in front of points on the offside, there's only mid-off, so don't expect anything full outside off here. Don't expect anything outside off at all.
It would appear he's going to be bowling at the hip pocket. 2 behind square on the leg side. Fine leg in the normal position on the boundary. Long leg 15 in from the boundary.
Another one down the leg side. It's got to be close to be a wide, that. Keep off the danger zone. I doubt very much that Aspinwall's thinking he wants to make a bit of a mess of the rough outside off there for Safagoha later on, but umpire just saying keep off. I think Middlesex would mind at all if he was running into the danger zone right now.
That is the strange quirk of that law, isn't it? In the fact that the umpire cannot take into account the situation of the game. As you say, Middlesex would absolutely love him to be tramping up and down the middle. They'd almost encourage him if they could. But the umpire will warn them off and say, no, you can't do that.
Now that finds the edge. Davies looking for a drive down the ground. Thick edge all along the floor though. 110 done in the second innings. 3, 5, 6 for 7. What's the chat? It's a busy balcony now. They're all out there in Salisbury. Stood in the doorway with Ryan Higgins, and behind them Richard Johnson, the coach. Sam Robson far left. Rory Coots, the assistant coach with the wide-rimmed white hat, sat down in the middle. Single dropped. Generally when the balcony gets that little bit busier, it's usually because something's going on. Roland Jones appears in the doorway as well. Are they just starting to think about things?
Well, I'm just trying to peer into the background there, because normally you'd be in your training gear or t-shirt, shorts, whatever. I'm just wondering if there are people in whites, and that's normally the indicator that people are thinking about a declaration.
That's edged and gone. Stretching for it, Davies, taking up backward points. Attempted cut. Straight to Aspinwall. Bailey has his 5th. 5 for 67. For the Lancashire strike bowler, who's really stretching down the slope for that one, wasn't he? And well, Lancashire detecting it that Middlesex was starting to go after it, they would drop in the field. Certainly that balcony looks as though it's agitating now. Are they thinking about pulling out here before lunch and having a go? 258 is the lead for Middlesex. A fine innings from Davies there, helping Holden push this score on for the hosts. Good 28, but looked as though he was just looking to up the tempo there at the end. 3-5-7 for 8.
Played well there, David, hasn't he? So that is now coaches, isn't it, as opposed to players? So is
And
that the
Higgins,
first
yeah,
indicator?
Well, Roland Jones didn't appear to have his pads on when he was in the doorway a moment ago, and usually if you're one out, as he is, then, you'd at least have your pads on, wouldn't you? But maybe he's just running to put his pads on now.
Yeah, maybe he's got the thigh pad and the box in ready to go. No, he can stick the leg guards on in a fairly short period of time if necessary. So Higgins isn't in whites, as you can see. So maybe we're reading a little bit too much into this one at this stage.
Of course, they're only 2 deliveries away now from it all being taken out of their hands anyway. So, yeah, it feels like 280. If you're Middlesex, absolute minimum. If you're thinking, well, why wouldn't you have a quick dash and get to 280 now, minimum, and then have 10-20 minutes at them before the interval? If that was where their mind was headed towards, it might not be.
Safa to go full Shahid Afridi and just go potty for 10 minutes.
Oh, goodness me.
It's a confident leave, isn't it?
He knows the slope at Lord's well already. We'll leave that one. It was the first ball for Zafar Gohar, though. Yeah, it was close. Just 2 runs away from, or indeed 1 run away from asking Lancashire to score the first innings score of Middlesex to win the game, 260. 2 runs away from making them score more than that 260.
For those interested, it took Middlesex 68.2 overs to make those, just to give you a comparison.
Dug out, but only just that one bobbles through. End of the over. Gohar digging it out. So Davies is done. What does Holden think?
At what point does he go into white ball mode? What was the instructions that came out with Zafar from the skipper? I mean, there would have been a plan this morning, but all plans are adaptable.
There you go. That's the answer. Middlesex are on the move. Holder moves to 170. And it's gone the whole way. Wow. He's timed that. 264's the lead. 363 for 8. Middlesex now have the highest score of the game. Holden 172. And Middlesex clearly here, fancying 20 minutes before lunch at Lancashire. It's interesting because 2 night watch have fallen, and Roland Jones comes out at 11 if they get that far. All the big hitting of Roland Jones that we've seen over the years. Obviously be the last man. Wow. He's got away with that one, Aspinwall, but it must be close.
They are very much spread now, the Lancashire fielders. Still the 3 on the leg side. Fine leg, deep backward square and deep mid-wicket. That third, just in front of the tavern, is about 10 metres inside the rope. And there's a backward point on the rope as well for any kind of uppercut.
Slow ball. Holden's asking, what's that? It's a real tennis ball through.
Well, 1 for the over is the answer. He's looking for a little bit more than that, isn't he?
So what was the first one, if that's the one for the over, the previous one? Oh wow, it's not even in shot. Hooked hard, just a single to long leg.
Well, I think Aspinwall's taking 1 for the team here. He's going to be the one who's going to get asked to bang it in, certainly to Holden. Compounding in. Now the field comes in a bit for Zafar Gohar. One of the deep fielders on the leg side comes up to conventional mid-wicket. And the 2 sweepers on the offside are both in.
Seven off the over, it started with a 6. Middlesex, 364 for 8 now.
Wasn't that a hot chocolate song? It started with a 6. If I could elucidate the groan of the producer as he heard that. Apologies. Now, at what point, if you are thinking of pulling out here, if you're Middlesex, at what point do you think, hang on, Holden's closing in on a double ton? Do you allow that to affect your thinking, or are you saying, no, the declaration is the declaration?
He's missed out there. Cut it down into the ground. There we go. Pads and gloves on for the skipper.
Well, he did go for a net earlier this morning. So he's probably thinking, I've done all the warming up, I might as well have a little dabble myself.
I reckon mostly now it's based on time. How long do they want it at them before lunch? 10 minutes, 20 minutes? For it to be 20 minutes, then the end is nigh, yeah. So maybe it's a little 10-minute blast, 3-4 overs before the interval.
And in a weird way, the night watchers having been and gone is quite a good thing, because it means quite often at the end of an innings you'd have your bowlers at the crease when you're looking to declare. But they're not out there. So if you are thinking about bowling, the bowlers can be getting loose in the back of the dressing room and getting down the steps onto the outfield pretty sharpish when you do actually call them in, if that is indeed the plan. Leg slip back in place.
Just a single for Zafar. Means he keeps the strike. 267 is the lead.
Key part of that sentence from you there, Kev, was keeps the strike. Would have been easy to turn it down and say, well, Max, you can be on strike first ball of the next over, and if you want to go launch it, launch it. But no. They take that one. Zafar's not really looked to play anything extravagant so far.
And the other equation here is what you're setting. Lancashire is effectively 4 and over. So it's 280 off 70.
That feels more like the equation, doesn't it? Something around about 3s would be way too generous.
Yeah, and like I say, the other one time, 10 minutes before lunch, you often talk about when a couple of batters are out there going relatively well. It's only that 10 minutes before the interval where they start to shut up shop. 15 minutes, 20 minutes, they're still in a mindset of, no, there's runs to be had here, there's an innings to be played, but within 10 minutes of the interval, that's when their mind starts to really switch to, okay, this is not the moment to get out, because you know your mate who's got to come in next really won't fancy 2 or 3 overs at this stage. So don't get out. So yeah, 10 minutes, you can't really go anywhere in 10 minutes. I said the other day, Dave Fulton, I had this chat with him, you know, if side's looking to declare on that third evening, you know, what are you thinking as an opener? And he said, well, if they give me 30 minutes, then that's 8 overs. You can actually get something of a start going as an opener. If they only give me 3 overs, 10 minutes, there's nowhere I can go. There's only bad things that can happen in 3 overs.
The other way they could do it, and this is if you're a bit of a rogue as a captain, and I don't see Toby Rowland-Jones in this, is that you actually bat all the way till lunch, and then just as they're about to go out for the resumption, say, actually, we declare. And give Lancashire sort of 11 minutes notice that their innings are about to start. And there are captains that would do that. It wouldn't win you many friends, but it's not about winning friends. So now we'll get to the final ball of this over once again. If Zafar Gohar takes a single, if he were able to, would he?
Plays it straight. Back it goes. Maiden for Aspinwall. 3-6-6 for 8. Like I say, I guess there is an element of, if that's what they want, is 10 minutes before lunch. So, well, don't get bowled down. Give them half an hour before lunch. Or it's less than that now, it'll be 20 minutes. But there's obviously something in mind. When you, as you said a few minutes ago, when you see a balcony as busy as the home dressing room is and has been for the last 15, 20 minutes, it's generally because something's going on. There you go, Roland Jones and Richard Johnson. Tim Murtagh. I was about to say it was the Brains Trust until I saw Murtagh.
I saw him this morning, he sends his regards.
Bit of bounce. No ball called again on Bailey. But that lift there will be interesting. Brooks and Cullen and Roland Jones. For a single. It's almost as though that wicket has slowed them up again when they were 7 down. Yeah, maybe they were thinking about 10 minutes before lunch. Maybe they're just thinking about lunch itself, because of course if you declare at lunch you don't lose the 2 overs. So maybe that's why they've slowed it out again. Certainly been no sign from Zafar Gohar at all. But he's going to go hard.
And the fact that Holden was willing to take a single and get himself off strike again. Maybe there is just a little bit more time than we thought. Now Holden was just signalling to the dressing room. I'm trying to work out if he was signalling maybe for more gloves. Which could, of course, be the code for send someone out and let us know exactly what you're thinking, skipper.
I mean, maybe it's 280. A lead of 280 in 10 minutes before lunch, which they're close to now. They're 2 shots away from it and a couple of minutes away to get those 10 runs. Second slip coming out to mid-wicket for Zafar Gohar. No ball again. Frustration for Bailey. Big old swing at the ball there from Bailey. By all accounts, that was a bigger swing at the ball than we saw in the entire Manchester derby yesterday. Must be a few United and City fans in the Lancashire dressing room. Indeed, there's a big Manchester United fan in the Middlesex doorway at the moment. Toby Rowland-Jones. AFC Wimbledon fan there, Luke Coleman. Oh, full bunger, and that's away. I don't think it's going to go all the way. I'll take 3. With 1 to come at the over. The lead is 275. I mean, the message from Holden must be you've got an over here, because at this time, if you're going to declare and have go at them before lunch, have 10 minutes before lunch, you've got to pull out now. Ooh, a little bit of off spin for Bailey.
Well, he clearly thinks we're getting close, because if well, I'm not bothering to bowl off the full length here.
Well, Holden likes facing spin. He's got 1 ball left to this over in the short boundary to his leg side. And he resists the temptation. And it's a no ball, so we'll get another to go at it.
Well, it certainly gripped, didn't it?
No thanks. Says Holden. The lead's 277. The message is being run out to Holden and Zafar Gohar now by Luke Coleman. What will that message be?
Let's see if those gloves get passed over. Is it a genuine glove change? Yes, it is a genuine glove change. And it might be that Holden is one of those who'll say, well, actually, I'll take the fresh gloves regardless. That doesn't look like a huge chat, does it? That's not information being relayed. So it does appear that Holden did request the drink and the gloves, rather than it being the dressing room sending the 12th man out there to impart information.
Yeah, it might have been both, mightn't it? He genuinely might have needed a drink and wanted an instruction at the same time. 465 minutes now Max Holden's been out there batting, which is a lot of hours.
7:45 off the top of my head. 7 hours 45 minutes.
Lots of hours.
Yes. Right, left arm seam for the first time this morning with Sutton.
Ooh, bit of shape on that. Tipping into Zafar Gohar. So we've just hit 22. If this were to be the last over, then it is 9 minutes. Let's have a dance then before lunch.
I'm not seeing enough shots being played for this being the last over of the innings. You'd wanting a lot more in the last 2 or 3 overs than what Middlesex have actually accrued.
Oh, he's gone. Gloved it. No, elbowed it. Ouch. Bicepped it.
Big guns. Actually played it really well. Drops his hands to get the gloves away. Knows it's going to sting. Knows he's going to have that tram line on his bicep from the seam of the ball.
Bowling arm as well.
Is that the Devon Malcolm moment before a 9 for 57? You guys are history.
Warming up in the background there. Balderson. Place Bailey next over at the pavilion end, it'd appear. It's a funny one, all right, isn't it? 'Cause Davies had certainly shown signs, and the field was reacting accordingly, that he was going to get on with it. We had the uppercut 6 from Holden. Maiden over. Is that consecutive maidens from the nursery end? 3-7-6 for 8.
There's only been one delivery in the last 3 overs that has gone for more than 2 from the bat. There have been the no balls, but the 3 off of Bailey. So again, that just gives the indication it's not wild slogging at this stage, so it does give the feel that Middlesex don't feel that 2-7-7, target of 2-7-8 would be enough.
I guess they're thinking those number of overs, aren't they? Don't want to give them, you know, going back as they'd started the charge at Davis, you don't want to give them 75 overs to get stuck into whatever target. Oh, now. There he goes. That's the first one, really, from Holden, that's played with huge risk. The uppercut, well, it was there for him. That one is manufactured. Sweet pickup.
Lands 6 rows back. It is the short porch that side, but it was there to be hit, and he simply took it on. And the instruction goes spread out. 3 men deep on the leg side now, protecting that boundary. 2 more out on the offside.
And he goes hard at the offside. Hasn't got much of it, but he'll get a couple. 183. 200 in sight for Holden.
There's an easy one there, so take it. For all of the biff, with the field drop deep, you can pick up just as an easy one. With 9 coming from the first 3 balls of this over. Just that movement in towards the ball. First time he's done that. Never go up. Again, just threatening to use his feet.
As though they'll pretty much go through to lunch now, they're Middlesex, and he thought pulling out before the interval. We're just about to hit 10-2. We've got 47 minutes on the clock at the moment.
So 287 lead.
Roland Jones is practicing the swing of the bat there.
And he's still got gloves on.
Yeah.
If I saw his hands properly.
I reckon he's fancying the short boundary, so it looks as though declaration at lunch at best for Middlesex. Other than that, let's have a swing. Zafar and Max. Holden can think about his double ton. Zafar can think about having a bit of fun. That wasn't meant to rhyme. There's the first real heave-ho, just a single. Holden knows this ground so well, especially when attacking T20 cricket. The dimensions, shots he'll want to use. Everybody back bar, slip, deep mid off, deep mid on. They go back away and uppercut. And he might uppercut it down to deep third, he does. It's the end of Holden. Looking to go big. He's gone for 184. It's a magnificent innings by Max Holden. Possibly his best. Possibly his best. Middlesex were in real trouble at 7 for 3 in their second innings. And as Holden departs, they're now thinking about a declaration and trying to top one of the sides that they'll have to finish above if they want to be promoted from Division 2 this year. Magnificent from Max Holden. Falls in the end, going for runs. Lancashire have their 9th wicket. Max Holden has one of his finest knocks in his pocket after that one. 3-8-7 for 9.
And well may they stand to him. He's played really, really well. Excellent effort from Holden. Helps set it up, gets a high five from the skipper on his way. Passed on the stairs.
Yep, well done, mate. Also, thank you, because it was deep trouble at 7 for 3, and now out comes the skipper. Right-hander with the short boundary to his leg side. Sutton left arm Overbury bringing it into the pads of Roland Jones. It's set up for him to try and deposit a few onto the top tier of the grandstand.
It might as well be a baseball home run derby for the next few minutes. You might as well just swing for the fences. Get what you get. If you can suddenly whack on 20 more to this, then it's happy days. If you don't, hey, fair enough, isn't it?
Maybe the milestone that they wanted was 300 psychological. Let's get it up to 300 and say to Lancashire. That's what you're going to have to go for, be it 70, 75 or at the rate they're going at the moment. Well, 10 minutes before lunch, 65 overs to hit 300. Two slips in place, short boundary to the leg side. First ball for Roland Jones. Oh, now it's pitched outside the line of leg, but it wasn't far from getting through. News from afar, Henry Brooks announced white ball captain for England. Pitched outside the leg, it might have actually missed leg stump. Is it white ball captain or is it T20? Yep, men's white ball captain for Harry Brooks. Harry Brooks, sorry. I nearly said Henry Brooks. It would have been quite the quite the promotion for Middlesex's night watch. Cut hard and cut for 4. And top edged for 4. 297 is the lead. 296 for 9. Well, they've very nearly got their 300 lead by hook or by crook. From Middlesex perspective as well, the match has gone 260, 359, 396, so it's an ascending match for totals. Oh, now a long handle from Zafar Gohar. It's plugged, but they should get back for 3. We'll warm up the skipper for his stint after lunch. And also give Zafar Gohar the strike once more. 399 for 9, then the lead is exactly 300. But yeah, in that thought process, so that must have been on their mind as well. Look, you know, there's a bit in it for the bowlers still out there, but there's nothing really that the batters should be terrified of. Somebody gets in on this. I mean, by modern List A standards, 300 off 65 overs is a pretty
walk in the park job, that. Not even breaking a sweat, are you? Well, you got the captain out there with his leading spinner. So actually, two of the blokes that you'd really want to be on the same page going forward in the remainder of this game can have a conversation with each other out there in the middle. Zafar Gohar to face Balderson as we continue to tick round towards lunch.
Swinging hard again in the air, but fine of the gully. They're looking for 2. Zafar Gohar, he's scampering back and he's got his second. Keeps the strike. 400 up for Middlesex. 401 for 9 off 709 balls, 489 minutes. Short boundaries to the leg side for the left-hander here. Balderson over the wicket to him, so he'll be trying to keep it angled across, outside off. Oh, now that went back hard. He's got hands to it, but it was really just looking to parry it. It was defensive stuff, that, from Balderson. Fingertips.
A moment of self-preservation about that.
Sit here and look at it now. It must have been on their mind, wasn't it? That it's gone 260, 359, 402 for 9. Can't be setting them 260, 280, so. They perhaps had a minimum in mind of 300, 320. So when Davies decided to tee off, and indeed Holden as well, maybe they were thinking, look, if you can get to 300, 320 and we can have 10 minutes before lunch, great, but we want 300, 320 because Zafar's gone out there and obviously played it sensibly for a while to get himself in.
I mean, 320 from 65 is 4.9 and over, which would be by far the highest run rate of the game to win it.
Step across. Trying to access that onside, but can only cut it to deep cover. Roland Jones do. There was a Sussex match a couple of years back here. Pajara played in that game, went pretty big. Simpson went big for Middlesex, but Roland Jones, the track was top end of the square like this, and Roland Jones hammered a 6 over deep square, deep mid-wicket. It was a huge shot. Oh, and wide signals. Umpire Baldwin was a little bit more, little kinder to the bowlers, the bowling from the nurse strings. So I think there were a fair few down there that were wider than that and not signalled.
Well, if we got a shot of that one on side on, that definitely wouldn't have appeared in it at any point.
Well, not with Roland Jones on strike as well. It was holding the other one, wasn't it, where it looped up and over him. Never mind. 6'5" of Roland Jones. There you go, swinging at that one again, but through it goes. Still one to come. Here's the side on of the wide. Yep.
To be fair, any higher it would have needed air traffic control clearance. Shot boy.
Hammered and put down at mid-off. Well, straight to Williams at mid-off. Two hands, full stretch, got up there, nearly got it again. Then it goes down.
Had two goes at it, needed the third. Creeping round to 1 o'clock. And Luke Wells has got ball in hand. You've got to make sure you get the field right in these situations, which is what Wells is doing. So there is no slip in play. There's a shortish fine leg would be inside the 30-metre circle in a white ball game. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, deep cover and third, along with mid-wicket and extra cover, keeping the bowler company.
There's the reverse sweep, Zafar.
Get down early, reverse the hands and just flick it away.
There we go. Just the single straight to the fielder. Down at deep backward point.
Rumours he's got an earpiece in are unfounded. Kevin Hand is just wired directly to his brain.
What a terrifying thought for poor Zafar, huh?
Apparently it was a clause in his contract. The club insisted on it. Now, right-hander and the short leg side means that it is going to be all four out on the leg side, out on the rope. And the boundary is so small you can't even play tip and run to take advantage of it. So if you go in leg side, you go in full beams.
There he goes. Side edge. Bringing the single. And he's bowled him. There it is. The end comes. Safagoha punches the back of the bat, trying to hit out, but he's had a decent little cameo there. 22 from 36 in the end. He's pushed Middlesex along as they set this target for Lancashire. They obviously wanted a few more, 320, 330 maybe, but it is what it is. And lunch now will be taken with the stage set here at Lord's. There will be 66 overs for Lancashire to chase 309 to win the opening match of the season. It should be a blockbuster affair, this. Roland Jones and Safagoha are likely to play a very, very big role today, that with the ball though, rather than the bat. But it was a decent little cameo from Safagoha, a decent little knock from him. The skipper never quite got the chance to really open up. Just 5 deliveries out there, but it was an innings all about Max Holden and all about that recovery from 7 for 3. Do join us back after the interval. Andrew McKenna and myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you the live stream from Middlesex in association with Daffabet on this one. It's 309 for Lancashire to win. Or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edge and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again. Off the bat again, that sounded big and it was just as big. 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited, even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. That, ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk. Dynamos Cricket.
Well, a very good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Lords. Second session of the final day, and the game is set. 309. It may be a nominal target for Lancashire. 66 overs remain of this game. Required rate is a sizable task for them to go after this. So often sides say, we'll have a look again at T. Get to T, see where we are. 2 down, 3 down. Can you take it to a T20 after T over the years when sides have gone after it? One of the things is, you can see in front of Jones there, a very short boundary, so that has to be kept in mind. Required rate 4.6. So it's not a ridiculous amount. You get off to a good start. But it is all about the start, this chase, really. I'd reckon any more than 3 down at T, and then there's no chance they'll even consider a T20 at the end of it, just having a dash at that short boundary. For Middlesex, well, they've got 66 overs to take 10 wickets, which is pretty much their own first innings. 68.2 overs. Middlesex are all out for 260, but since then the batters have been able to get in and get going. It's been a good wicket. The bowlers have had a fair bit in it. They felt they bowled very well in the first innings, Middlesex, better than 3-5-3 for the dismissal of Lancashire. But here goes Roland Jones then. To Jones, first ball of the final innings of the match. And eased away by Jones into the offside. I'm Kevin Hand, Andrew McKenna's alongside me on the live and enhanced stream by Middlesex in association with Daffabet. And I mean, it could be a belter. We did say all along that, so how often do we sit here and think a side's best chance of winning is to be bowled out, because sometimes they might bat on for too long. But 67 overs, 10 wickets, or 67 overs and 309 runs, it's all possible. The one thing you say for Lancashire, it feels like if they are to chase 309, they cannot afford a bad start. It needs a good start, but they definitely cannot afford a bad start, or it will be long gone.
It was interesting in the press box over lunch. All the talk, will Lancashire go for it or not? Well, you've got to at least start with the mentality of, as you say, go out there, play properly, and we'll see what happens.
Well, in the day and age of T20 cricket, if you're 47 overs along in this game now, with 20 overs left, you've gone a 3 and over. You've got 150 to chase off the last 20. You can't really be many more than 2 down at that point, I'd say, if you're going to go for 150 off 20, but the wickets column's the key. T fixed at 340, so you've got 2 hours now. There'll be 35 overs, roughly, after T. If you get to T2 down, another 15 overs thereafter, and you're still 2 or 3 down. Do you have a dash? Biggest thing against both of these sides in this match is neither will want to lose. First game of the season against probably their biggest rivals for Division 2 this year. And that, I think, has been borne out across the 4 days, the way that they've gone at each other. Neither side's caved in this match, which I think both will take away.
There's certainly been some bending, but not breaking, and that's the key to the whole thing.
And Jones has both his hands on his head.
So end of the first over and just a single from it. That number in the bottom of your screen there, the run rate required, let's call it 4.7 for round numbers. just to give you an idea from the rest of the game, Middlesex's first innings has actually been the quickest of the innings so far. Yes, they didn't put the number up they were wanting, but they did it at 3.8 and over. The Lancashire innings was much bigger, but was at 2.9 in their first innings, and that Middlesex second innings at 3.4. So the requirement to win this game is the highest run rate of the match on the most worn the pitch has been. Well, Higgins was a handful in the first innings. Can he do it again?
His first 2 balls went past the edge, if I remember, in the first innings. Yeah, if Middlesex needed to win this game, they'd have gone about this morning very differently. But it's first game of the season against probably the team they need to finish ahead of if they want to win Division 2. So first game of the season, you really don't want to lose it. And if Lancashire win it from here, it's a brilliant effort for all the reasons you've just laid out.
We said on day 1 of this match, Division 2 of the County Championship is about momentum, it's about confidence, and that comes if you get that first win on the board early on. And you don't want to be giving anyone else the points to give them that confidence. So that's where the potential, not negativity, but maybe going less positively comes into it. You don't want to give anyone else a boost. But as you keep mentioning, Kev, there's been lots of incidences of very late dramatic county championship games. Obviously a lot of them to win titles or have big effects, but maybe we could start the season this time round with an absolute late belter.
Oh, now that was close. Around the wicket to the left-hander. Higgins wants Jennings to believe it was close. It certainly looked as though it was. Yeah, you know, it's often say to win a match you've got to be prepared to lose it, haven't you? And I think that's the biggest problem. I don't think either of these be prepared to lose this game, and that's why. That's why Middlesex didn't go for 2.5 sessions to go at them. Or even 2 sessions in 10 minutes, as we thought they would, 10 minutes before lunch. We fancy they probably did try, didn't they, to get a declaration in before lunch, but the wicket of Davies, then Hold'em, just slowed them down a bit. Without loss then after 2.
I think there'll be a few more coming down those steps as the afternoon goes on, if the longer this game goes. It is still a nice afternoon if you can get yourself out the breeze. No better way of spending your afternoon than parked at Lord's watching cricket.
There's the spot he won't want to leave, Roland Jones. How many times has he gone through a side over the years, out of nowhere as well? And a match that was probably in the early years when he broke through, Roland Jones. What really alerted you to him? He'd just bring a game to life from nowhere. He was that kind of bowler all of a sudden. Real purple patch from Roland Jones, and game's alive and kicking. He'll know how big it is. Middlesex skipper, he's been around for so long now. Title winner with the county 10 seasons ago. I know what it would mean if he could get his side off to a great start in this innings and then potentially beat Lancashire opening game of the season. It would be huge. Huge statement for the season ahead. But we did say as well the big difference for Middlesex in terms of going up and not going up last year. Was that too much of it was left to Roland Jones in the wicket-taking column. Didn't have enough support. That's what he'll need today if Middlesex are to do it.
He might just in the back of his mind have that little nagging thing that I've just got to leave a spell available. Just as you were saying it, if it's like 3 or 4 down, can he suddenly come in from nowhere and get 5, 6 and 7 that sets up that grandstand finish? He feels like he might be the bowler that could do that.
And the other bowler we mused on at lunch was Zafar Gohar, who could be the difference between the sides. I think you said it before the interval, didn't you? That Wells, good bowler, but the major difference between these two sides is probably the frontline spinner. 4 for Zafar Gohar in the first innings. Quite zipped through. Bailey certainly got it too this morning, didn't he? A few just kissing the surface nicely and through the go to the gloves of the keeper.
Seems like it's one of those pitches that right style of bowler coming from the right height, there's a bit of zip, but if you're the wrong height and trajectory therefore, it just seems a little bit slower coming off.
End of the third over, 2 without loss. And the other thing over the years for Roland Jones is he's never expressed pace. Obviously he was a fair bit sharper than he is now, understandably at his age, but he used to just extract bounce on any dull, dead surface imaginable, just find an extra bit of bounce. This man usually finds a bit of swing out of anywhere, any conditions. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. First boundary of the chase for Lancashire, put away by Jennings to get off the mark.
You've just mentioned swing. To get it to swing, you've got to get it up there. And that might be the advantage for Higgins with the score being as it is, in that Middlesex do have not a massive amount to play with, but enough to allow him to risk being driven. Looks like that might have gone into the boards fairly hard, judging by the way that they're working on that.
Nice from Higgins. I mean, said that the first innings of the season was the best performance as a bowling unit that I can remember from Middlesex in a very, very long time. The mark of it was they just kept the ball on the spot over and over and over again, kept that run rate down that you were mentioning for Lancashire in the first innings. I think it's fair to say at this stage they didn't quite get the reward they felt they deserved for how well they bowled in that innings. Can they get that consistency again in this innings? Just leave that ball on the spot and hope between the surface and the ball, any little bit of swing that might be there for Higgins, that be a handful of wickets to open this game up. 7 without loss after 4. Roland Jones having a good long look at it. I think it's fair to say they don't like it already, do they? As you say, it might have been the boundary.
Who do we think's the ball picker in the Middlesex? Roland Jones himself? Most teams will have sort of one player, probably a senior bowler who gets to pick the cherry, and also the new ball if required.
I think it used to be Mercer, so I'd imagine it'd be Roland Jones now. Put up there and put away. Not quite sure he's got all of it. Watchful in the early stages, it will do enough to keep going. Up to the lip of the pavilion.
Yeah, as we said earlier, to get it to swing, you've got to get it up. That one's just a little bit too full, though. Into the arc. And a punch drive brings 4.
Nearly deflecting it onto the stumps. A single.
That's the look of a man who's wondering what might have been. He's also thinking, can he have those layers of skin off of his fingertips back off the ball?
That clenched fist there, having turned away from the batter, and the grimace give away, that might just hurt a little. That's nice. First one with a bit of bites from Roland Jones. Bottom hand coming off from Jones towards the splice.
Well, like the first innings, Jones is being exceptionally watchful. First innings 40 from 156 balls.
Lovely shot. Oh, I thought it was going to hit the stumps at the non-strikers end, but he has got it past. It's 4 more.
Well, the old phrase in the West Indies, wasn't it? If you want to drive, buy a car. But this over, the Lancashire batters are certainly getting full value back past the bowler. Just fractionally too full from the Middlesex skipper.
Midon gets minutes to that. End of the 5th, 16 without loss, 9 off the over. It's the kind of run rate they want.
Oh, make a dint in it, wouldn't it?
I mean, in any given chase, they try and break it down, don't they? Work it through. Think about this one, first game of the season, 2 perceived rivals. First match of the season, they might not be title rivals at all, promotion rivals, but that is the thought of those in the know. Not us.
And a great many that don't. Certainly most of the predictions and most of the bookmakers have these two as the strong two in this division.
There you go, that's good. From Ryan Higgins, a little bit of wobble on that. Right on the spot, isn't he? Just that one ball at the beginning of his last over that was driven away, but other than that, every single ball's asked the question and forced the defence. That's nice from Jennings. Just off with the bat really, down the hill it goes the whole way. At the boundary for the Lancashire skipper. Don't nearly run a ball.
Just looking for that shape, but it's a bit too straight. Keaton Jennings too good to miss out on that.
Put on 97, didn't they, in the first innings, these two? In a chase of this size, it's rarely done in bits and pieces. It's about one big partnership, one big innings in the middle of it or at the top of it. But you do feel of all the equations for what remains of this game, Lancashire cannot afford a bad start. That will see that required rate spiral, and if that wickets column has ticked up a little bit, then any thought that they may have of later in the game going after this, that goes out the window. It's going to be, we'll take the Lancashire out of the Lancashire victory out of it pretty quickly if they lose 2 or 3 early. You'd have thought. Positive from Jones as well. A little use of the feet.
Well, Lancashire have been watching all of this morning and seen that there are no mines in the pitch. You can still play proper cricket and proper cricket shots. That's what they'll be looking for. As you say, just start the process off, get that boulder moving down the hill, and then see how much speed they can get to it later on.
End of the 6th. No real alarm bells just yet for Lancashire. In the opening few overs. 22 without loss.
Length of bowling spells will be interesting here because there is time, but then you don't want to miss an opportunity to make a change, to try something else, but you don't want to appear to the opposition that you're already panicking by saying, right, after 4 overs, thanks very much, we're going somewhere else. That whole whole sort of body language and confidence and psychological strength will come into it.
Good work. Nathan Fernandez gets a round of applause from his skipper. It's all part of it, isn't it? We talked about the edges that didn't carry for Lancashire, whether Middlesex would stand that little bit further forward. Robson deploying Higgins, the slip cord, and Davies there. Checking the marks on the ground. That's roughly where Lancashire was standing for Bailey, I'd suggest. Oh, little use of the feet. Now it's pitched outside the line of leg. I'll pick up a leg by.
Yeah, Middlesex aren't noticeably closer, as you say. What there is a very, very steep angle. So third is considerably in front of first. Higgins to Robson. I don't know if they've just had a little conversation, but normally second slip would be in about in line with wicketkeeper. But Duproy here is, well, certainly on that last delivery, was comfortably in front of Davis, the keeper, and Higgins is miles in front at third, so they feel like they might be creeping a bit closer. In fact, Robson is now positioned at first, almost level with the keeper. Normally you're a good metre or so behind just to get out of the way.
End of the seventh, just a single and a leg by. 24 without loss. Three slips for Higgins. Robson deploy and Geddes. They spotted, looking up at the grandstand, Roland Jones and Higgins. That's where it's driven to, whatever they were looking at. Bottom of the grandstand is found. 4 more.
It's that good-looking push drive again, isn't it? We've seen it throughout the game from so many of the players. That boundary distance means you don't have to give it the full swish of the bat. Just a push and it beats that man at extra cover and you got 4.
Positive use of the feet there from Jennings. Negates any movement that Higgins is getting. The keeper stood back at the moment. Won't be standing back for much longer if Jennings keeps doing that. Nice. A little bit of wobble on that, but Jones in a good position to play it.
Interestingly, Davis straight up to the stumps behind Jones, but he's the, you would say, the lesser of the 2 batters to likely leave his crease. The fact that he's largely dropped anchor. So is Davies now up for the duration?
Combative as ever. And he led the recovery with Max Holden, didn't he? Holden grabbing up the vast majority of the plaudits rightly from that innings. His daddy ton. But Higgins and Ben Geddes also managed to get in and support Holden in that recovery. Another one gets through. Down the slope it goes. It'll be 4 more. 9 off the over once again. They've got their run rate up at 4s. It's of course attacking fields at the moment and aggressive lines and lengths. That's the thing, if things were to go too well for Lancashire, then Middlesex themselves can revert to a defensive field and a defensive mindset. We saw Lancashire stopping the Middlesex charge with the bumpers and the field placings. 33 with that loss.
Even those sitting in the sun have still got jumpers and coats on. It is the coolest of the 4 days. Even if it looks like a glorious summer's day looking at those pictures, there is still a bite thanks to the breeze. That means the temperature drops a couple of degrees and the bowlers are still having to do a decent amount of work with that breeze. Flags have bounced around today. At one stage it looked like the wind had turned around completely and now it's going side to side across.
Tucked away. Quite settled into a channel just yet, has he, Roland Jones? There you go. Pennants, 12 feet, I think it is. Pennants inside, so it's a heavy piece of material. That's where Roland Jones wants to be. Just leave it there. His grouping's right, as we discussed.
When you're a tall bowler, that breeze can make all the difference. Steve Harmison told me once that if you're a really tall guy with long arms and you're in that final delivery or the gather and you just get blown ever so slightly, it sounds stupid but just blows you a little bit off. 1 degree here and there and it makes all the difference down the other end.
So the bowlers griping that it's a batter's game. There's also the other old gripe in between the bowlers. You know, one will be down the hill with the wind at his back and the other one's up the hill and into the wind. There's no doubt about it. It's a much harder job. Buffeted as you run in. One of the famous ones here actually went the other way with it and talked about running into the wind. A particular storm gale was hitting the UK that weekend. James Harris picked up the best post-war figures at Lords and the second best post-war figures for Middlesex. And he picked up a 9-fer from the nursery end running into gale force winds. Would have just helped the shape, wouldn't it? You see another thing about it, but you as the bowler have got to be, and he was some athlete, he really was, took his cycling very seriously. Of course he'll be here soon enough, Glamorgan.
Imagine the rest of the dressing room were probably turning around to him and going, hang on, you were moaning about bowling into the wind an hour ago.
But yeah, it's funny because Harris as well, he took those wickets from the nursery end and he used to ask him where did he prefer bowling. He said, pavilion end, but he taken the vast majority at this end. Speaking of the nursery end, first look at Brooks in the second innings. I think it's fair to say it was definitely his best bowling performance. He's joining Middlesex in the first innings of this match.
Just lost his shape a little bit there on that one, didn't he? Ended up slinging it down the leg side.
Flags have gone the other way now. The pennant's wrapped itself around the pole, and the away dressing room where the flag was pointing off to the north, it's now pointing off to the southwest. Swirling wind over Lords, or indeed inside of Lords. As Fraser's said over the years that the ground seems to have its own microclimate.
I suppose that's the thing, isn't it, about the stands gradually getting higher and higher, is it will cause it to sort of sweep around. So actually the natural direction will go over the top of the stands, and the playing area itself will have its own breeze.
The whole thing about the microclimate as well is it has always been said of all of the grounds in the world, Lords is the one where you look up, not down. Chris Rogers, Middlesex captain for a number of years, used to talk about it a lot. He said no matter what it looks like underfoot, you've got to look up, not down at Lords. Deep square set back. It's the bluff. Offering that Outside off stump, and Jennings cashes in again.
Not a huge stride into the ball, but he's got that weight going forward, Jennings. And he's got the hand-eye coordination and confidence to just play it securely through cover.
From Brooks. We talk about, you know, the targets in all of this. We kind of talked about building it up, but also breaking it down. 271 more to win. If these two were to put on a century stand, which they very nearly did in the first innings, 97, but if they were to take that target down themselves to 200. Already 38 on the board after 10 overs.
Now, we've been saying they've been going about things relatively quietly, but they've been scoring at 3.8, which equals the highest in the game so far. Yes, they're not at the 4.75 that they need to be going at, but this is providing a base without really doing anything too risky. So this is what we were talking about. Lancashire trying to create themselves a platform. Cullen will try and blow that platform away.
Number 12 for Roland Jones from 5. Higgins' figures, number 21 from 4. He was number 17 from 4 in the first innings. And they changed it up on that first evening. It wasn't a bad 25 overs to begin with, but that first evening of the game, that set these two on their way to that partnership of 97. Then Middlesex came back hard in the second half of the innings. But they did bowl consistently throughout, it must be said. That's run away nicely by Jones. Up on his toes, and he gets it away down to the vacant deep third. Care for the sleeper. Did he get woken up by the ball hitting the board? It's like a scarecrow there, red hat, dipped down. Little snooze after lunch. Know how he feels.
He's just pacing himself for the big finish later.
Me too. So Cullen wants to leave it. Yeah, Middlesex have an aggressive field and an aggressive line and length at the moment, don't they? Which is allowing, in some ways, that run rate of 4 and over. They can obviously come up with plenty of plans and ploys themselves to bring that down if they need to, but at the moment they're thinking wickets, particularly thinking about the run rate. It's a little too full on that one. Bowled well from the nursery end, where he bowled the majority of his overs in the first innings, Cullen. Continually denied, wasn't he, by the inside edge. In that first Lancashire innings, just seemed to get the bat down just at the last minute over and over again. We did wonder how he'd go at the pavilion end, nipping it back down the slope. Width and put away. It's a beautiful shot by Jones. He's on to 20. These two quickly approaching the 50 stand.
One slight concern from a Middlesex point of view that while they're driving, yes, they're potentially playing attacking shots and bringing the slips into the game. None of these have been uppish. Every one of these has come straight off the middle of the bat and safe. 46 without loss.
Taking a chunk out of it already, haven't they? Stop a cover there. Luke Holman on as a sub for somebody. So yeah, 46 without loss. 11 overs in, 1 ball to go at the 11th. 56 overs remain after this, a minimum of, but I'm sure Middlesex won't bowl any more unless they're desperately chasing wickets, and Safa Gohar's racing through the deliveries, but you're coming down to a 250 target off 50. Glorious drive again, picks out Holman at cover once more. 11 done, 46 without loss. Again, if they were to get another big stand to begin, 97 in the first innings, let's say it's another three-figure stand, or a three-figure stand. They didn't get one in the first innings, but if they were to get 100 on the board, these two, for the opening stand, and it's 200 to win off, say, 40.
Again, it doesn't sound out the question, does it?
Not if you've got 10 wickets standing.
We properly have a game where all options are still open.
Hooked. Long leg and deep square set back. Taking the single. It's a big boundary out there, but it was hooked hard.
Jones has been the interesting one so far. We mentioned that he was much slower in the first innings. Obviously, there's a case of just getting into the season. His strike rate here over 50, which it certainly wasn't in the first innings.
Punched hard, and that's 4 more, and that's the 50 partnership for the opening stand for Lancashire in their second innings. Would suggest they're making a statement here, these two, but it is see ball, hit ball. They're playing it as it comes, and Middlesex trying to attack, trying to find those wickets, but Lancashire are finding the gaps in the field. 51 without loss.
And again, he's really just exploited a ball that's slightly too wide. There's not a huge amount of danger in the shot, and the execution is really good.
There's not much movement out there, is there? Nothing's put a huge amount of doubt in their mind just yet. I was thinking that with the Roland Jones spell, that in a minute there'll be one. You know, there'll be one that'll do something, and right, there's a bit of doubt. But at the moment, that ball's hitting flush on the middle of the bat, in defence or attack. Jones having a long look at the ball there before tossing it back to Brooks, just eyeing up the shape of it, you could see. Has the feel of a ball change moment, doesn't it? At Middlesex, it won't be long before they're asking, because it has not done much, this one.
No, it takes a couple of overs or so to start getting the lacquer off to let it potentially swing, but this one's gone pretty much gun barrel straight. Not done a massive amount off of the seam. So you've got two options. One, get the umpires to change it, or chuck it to your spinner and see if he can get anything with that prouder, harder seam. It's the old thing, isn't it? They say that if it seams, it'll spin, because it means that that twine is digging into the surface and grabbing onto the pitch.
Oh, now, there's the first moment of doubt. Leading edge, turned around by that one, Jones. Looking towards square leg, mid-wicket. Ends up getting a couple. 3 indeed. Down to long leg, the flick back didn't quite work there. Lobbed his mate, who was it, Fernandez, tossing it back to deploy, I think. That's the end of the 12th, 54 without loss. That run rate up with the required. So take 100 off the 300 you require. 10 wicket standing, 200 to win. Off 40 overs. Start to fancy it.
That's the first real alarm in the innings, isn't it? Looking one way and ball going the other. Ah, they may have got their way. They've been working on them for the last 2 or 3 overs or so, and they've at least got them to have the conversation and get the magic hoops out.
Yeah, it's not going through. Ball change. Almost taken too long, haven't they, Middlesex? Get that ball changed by the looks of it.
About 100 quid's worth of ball, and it's lasted 72 deliveries.
Well, we had this a couple of years ago, didn't we, where there was just a batch of Duke's balls that they were duff. You know, it was a first round, first 2 rounds, I remember. Game at Glamorgan, Middlesex came, we were talking about it there a lot. James Harris, poor Middlesex man down there, was talking about all the bowlers are saying there's something not right with this batch of balls. It just don't feel right. The seam feels different.
I think it was that some of the test matches, they were changing them almost every 10 overs, wasn't
exactly,
it? It was ridiculous.
Yeah. And this had all started first week of April, first 2 weeks of April, the first 2 rounds, and then that was it. By the end of the round, the second round in particular, the word had gone across the country that this batch of balls has something up with them. Talking point was that summer. I think it still lingered on a little bit last year. In the, was it 3 years ago now? It might have been 3 years ago. But
I'm not sure they particularly like that one anymore, you know. Just by the way they're sort of holding it and saying, really?
Two fine figures of men. You wouldn't fancy them running into bowl to you, would you, Macca?
Absolutely not.
One coming into his prime, the other just slightly past it in terms of pace, but all that experience is still there for Roland Jones, though. Absolute brutes of fast bowlers, the pair of them. Both had injury troubles, one at the start of his career, Cullen, one mid-career, Roland Jones. Of overs here, Cullen and Brooks, with this changed ball to see how it goes. But even in these early stages of the innings, your mind starts to turn to Zavagoha already for Middlesex. He could be the point of difference in this match with the ball between these two sides. And at the moment, Middlesex had an outstanding first innings with the ball. Just haven't quite hit their straps here, have they?
Where they were good in the first innings was when they weren't necessarily looking particularly threatening in terms of wickets. They were keeping it tight and the run rate was down at 2.2. 4.46 at the moment. Looking for that first breakthrough.
That's nice. Cut away, just a little bit of width there as it angles down the slope from Cullen. They'll pick up 2. 3 indeed. The note of the first thing this morning, they were going past the bat a fair bit, Lancashire. They were finding those edges that kept dropping short. Middlesex have barely gone past the bat yet. 13th over and all 4 seamers have had a go.
He's just using his feet to get some momentum going into the ball again. If you're Middlesex seamer, indeed the Middlesex captain who is a seamer, you'd have been hoping just to see a few little signs. As you say, it's been relatively incident-free so far.
There we go. With a little bit of doubt for a Lancashire batsman.
Now that one's nibbled up the slope. They'll say, well, that's because the ball's proper.
Better into the over for Cullen. 4 off at 58 without loss. I tell you what, it's hard to see this not being a tight finish one way or the other now. 251 from 54 overs with 10 wickets. Middlesex would never have set them that. And they've got 2 set batters.
You might need to tell the kids they're getting their own tea later on, because I think this one might be quite a lively one. 5 o'clock-ish.
I don't think at lunch any of us were particularly expecting this start, particularly from Lancashire. Thinking methodical. Pace this chase. It's going to be 4 more. Requirement comes below 250. So they might have it down to what? 200 to win by 40. Might have it down to 200 to win by 45 at this rate.
Brooks has not found his rhythm yet, has he, in 13 balls? It might be that we're reaching that stage. Zafar Gohart comes on this end and we'll book in for bed and breakfast, and the seamers will just operate from the other end in a rotation.
Edged away for 4 more. At the moment, this is edging away from Middlesex.
I mean, it's straight down. Gully's trying to get across, not to catch that, but to stop it being runs.
Well, he's in a good position there. As they say, you give yourself every chance. Head, hands, play it late, angle bat, soft hands. He's done everything right there, Jennings. So if the edge is found, you hope that you've given yourself enough chance that it's going to go to ground.
It does feel like Middlesex need to change the feel of this game, and that might be, as I say, the spinner, and surround the batter with men close in, just to give it a completely different feel. Well, the run rate is above the required run rate. And there's obviously still a long way to go. But when you get that run rate up and around where you want it to be and in front of it, quite often can be significant, certainly in white ball cricket.
That's better from Brooks. into the over. 66 without loss. Well, in some ways we were saying for Middlesex it might be better that they're bowled out and it brings Lancashire into the game then. There was a concern at lunch that maybe Middlesex had batted Lancashire out of the game and batted their own chances out of it. But this start has brought Lancashire right back into it, and
well, one thing I would say, there was that discussion at lunch. Had Middlesex gone on too long? Had they got too many runs? Well, I'll tell you what, if they pulled out earlier, that required target would now be significantly under 300, and you'd be getting a bit twitchy. So I thought it was about right, for the reasons that we've mentioned, that actually the totals in this game have got higher and higher the longer the game's gone on, and you had to respect that.
it's a great stop. Holman in the covers, the sub. Yeah, I mean, it looked as though they wanted something around 330, 340 to set them by the way that they went on. So that's what they had in mind, and as we were weighing up, that's what we said, wasn't it? That so far it's been, with each innings, the total's got bigger and bigger across the first three. So,
well, also the bloke who's made the highest score individually in the game was out there and would have been feeding back the information as to what it was like to bat on.
we just know in this day and age of cricket, you can never write it off cricket, can you? There are very few chases where you can say, no, absolutely no chance. That's better. And that's what they've needed, really, for 14.3 overs, Middlesex. Something's just put a little bit of doubt into the batter's mind.
Well, that's bounced, hasn't it? The lesser spotted make you think ball. Just plant a seed of doubt. Middlesex need a few more of those, or preferably the ones that actually graze the edge of the bat as well.
Oh, now consecutive balls finally for Middlesex that will just lift them. There's that slope jagging back in. Sometimes it can keep a fraction lower when it jags back with the slope off the seam. Fortunately for Jones, the bounce remained true on that one.
Now follow it up. You've just had those two beauties.
Well done, Blake Cullen. He's grouped them well in that over, hasn't he? Much, much better over for Middlesex. They needed that. Just a little something to get them in the game. It might not be a wicket, but that is the first over, first run of deliveries, those last three deliveries that finally just lifted the spirit slightly, I'd suggest, for Middlesex, because prior to that it was 14.3, pretty tough overs. First maiden of the innings. It's leg side again from Brooks. Oh, it's a good stop. Get us down there. Tumbling. But I said that was 4 off the bat, that one. Maiden to 2, really good stuff from Geddes. Second maiden of the innings, the third over of this fourth innings of the match. Roland Jones' second was a maiden. But no doubt it was the over that's carried the most threat of the innings so far. Being positive here, Jennings with the use of the feet and a clip down the slope, and it's a long chase for Fernandez. He's done well, very, very well there. Saved a single, but the margins at the moment are pretty fine for Middlesex, which we did not think we'd be saying. Not this early in the innings anyway.
Well, Brooks has now gone for 21. There was the 4 off the outside edge from Jennings through third. But other than that, I would say the vast majority of the runs he's conceded have been leg side, a lot of them down towards long leg. Which just feels like he's the left-hander's not getting it quite right yet.
Heaved away for 6. Jones is into the 30s. The partnership's 77. They put on 97 in the first innings, but not at a lick like this.
Is this Jones's twin brother? Because it's not the same man who played in the first innings. It's a completely different style of knock. And he really is playing the situation really well. First innings, partnered Jennings, allowed the innings to get underway. Now that he needs to go that little bit quicker, he is. It's not a strike rate basically of 70.
Oh, now. I just wobbled a bit outside off, and that's what brought the bottom edge in. I fancy it might have just come slightly back up the slope there, or whether it was just keeping a fraction low, but chopping down with the cut, Jones, little inside edge. Shot again. Talks about how you go about a chase of 300 off 65 overs. 66 overs. Could they get to tea, maybe 150 for 2, 150 for 3. Nice little tuck for 2 into the 16th over. 80 without loss, Lancashire. They require another 229 to win. "50 minutes to tea." Looks might still be 150 for 2, 150 for 3 at tea, because of course 1 wicket slows this down straight away. Middlesex have to find that wicket right now. The other thing to remember is it's going to be a long evening session. Tea will be taken at 3:40. We've had 16 overs in an hour and 5 minutes, would you say? Started at 1:45. It's 10 to 3 now, so an hour and 5 minutes for 16 overs. Just under 50 minutes to tea, so 15 overs to come in this passage of play up to the tea interval now. That basically then leaves 36 overs after tea. And at the rate they're going, they will be halfway there, and could be a fair bit more than halfway there by that point.
As we said earlier, don't make any plans for around 5:30, 6 o'clock-ish. It's going to be a good finish.
Cullen's looked the closest to settling into a rhythm here, hasn't he? His last 6 deliveries in particular, the last 3 of his last over, which was a maiden. But in the first couple or 3 deliveries, he was twice saved by Holman at cover with a couple of good dives. There you go. It's the youngster of the quartet who's getting in the groove.
Oh my eyes, does this one just keep a little bit low? Well, not ridiculous, it's not rolling, but just a little bit lower than you would have expected.
Nice looking shot for none. Good stop by Holman in the covers again. It looks like Max Holden there. After, what did we work out? Must have been 8 hours in the end, must it have been? 7.45 at one point, I think it worked out. Back-to-back maidens for Cullen. 80 without loss after 17 Lancashire.
Just the 7 hours 53 minutes at the crease in the innings.
Last man to go was Zafar Gohar. He is the 5th bowler used by Middlesex as the 18th over. The Lancashire innings approaches.
Drying his hands off in that dirt and dust.
This is a very, very crucial spell coming up here.
I do like the way that he marks his run-up at the start of the spell rather than having it marked at the start of the day. Because I remember having a discussion with a bowler. You can mark it with a tape measure and that will tell you the exact distance, but that doesn't take into account your stride length during the day. As you get tired, your stride will naturally shorten a little bit. So there is a case for marking it individually each time you come on to bowl. And then adjusting, obviously, once you get loose.
Overs, a minimum of 50 overs remaining in the game. 229 to win with 10 wickets. All 10 wickets standing for Lancashire. Leading wicket taker from the first innings for Middlesex, Zafar Gohar. 4 wickets he got. Now Middlesex need 1 more now just to open the door and to slow down this run rate. Struck with his first ball, didn't he? Pick up Bohannon in the first innings.
Well, he landed that one where he wanted it to. Pitching it round about middle and off. Turn it back into the lefty's pads, bring short leg into play. Looks like middle stump Jones is taking. are posting long off.
Offering that single, asking him to drive against the spin. Push towards that spin, turning away from it, maybe bring slip into play. That's nice. That's where he wants to leave it. If one rips from there. With long off, you're saying to Jones that you can have a single down there, but you'll have to move your feet to get it. Give it a little push down there, and if one does grip. Was that a little early warning for Zafar Gohar there from umpire Baldwin? Just gone down to have a look at the crease maybe, or the danger zone. And he just saw him coming back. Wider on that occasion. Watchfully pushed by Jones there. Good again. He's on the spot, isn't he, from the word go here. Nice once more. Just a single off the over, 81 without loss. Again, much like the seamers, you're just waiting for that one ball to really grip and turn from Gohar, just try and get into the minds of Jones and Jennings and a few of the other of the Lancashire lineup.
Yeah, you'd like to get those in the dressing room scrabbling for the laptops, wouldn't you? Just to send a couple of little worries into the dressing room. Because at the moment, 81 without loss after 18. A couple of plays and misses, but that's probably about it. And they've been recently from this man.
Brandon Jones hands the ball to Cullen. Not quite the passing of the baton just yet, but Cullen so far has looked the most likely of the Middlesex seamers in this second innings. Lifted and put down. Think he got fingertips to it, Brooks. It's going to hold up just in front of the Warner stand. It would have been a spectacular catch. Picked up 3. There we go. Ooh. He almost went at it with the bucket when it almost needed to be fingers to the sky, didn't it? Be disappointed he's not held on, I think. The way he got fingertips to it at first, I felt as though it must have just been out of reach, but it was more the way that he went. Got himself into a bad position with the bucket.
Well, we said earlier today you want to be taking 10 wickets, not 14 and 15 to try and win this particular game. That is, for me, better than a half chance. So that's realistically now 11 opportunities that Middlesex will need to create to win this game.
Lovely shot. And 4 more down the ground. Jones is catching up with Jennings. This pair, for the second time in the match, are starting to eye a century stand for Lancashire's opening wicket. 97 they made first dig, they're on to 88 now.
Well, in a way you want them hitting in the V, but they're hitting in the V very, very well. James is furious with himself that that's not a boundary as well.
He'd settled into a nice couple of overs, hadn't he, Cullen? That first ball of this over, Jones going after him, just hit him back off the line, off the length again a little. Too many drive balls in this innings across the 19 overs that we've seen so far. Takes a brilliant control in the first innings. They were bowling a full length. Half volleys, but they're full of a length. Just there. That's where they were able to hold it and hang it in the first innings. Very difficult for the batters to go anywhere from there.
As we said earlier, you want to be bringing them forward, but you don't want to be giving them the drive ball. It's only a difference of half a metre, and so from what, 22 yards away, it's only a slight difference in angle from the release point of the bowler, but that is the difference between a difficult ball to play and a scoring ball.
Good again. Fine finish to the over, just dragging it back there, Cullen. 19 gone, 88 with that loss. Yeah, that ball, the penultimate ball of that over there, test level, much harder, faster surfaces, particularly down under or South Africa. You're getting driven if you're driving on that length. That ball's going. That's a boundary ball, but early season, England's slightly softer pitch. It's that slightly fuller length. There's nowhere that the batter's going to go with that. You're not pushing at that ball, but what that does mean is that the margin, you just go that little bit long and all of a sudden it's a juicy half volley.
Quite infectious, Safa, isn't he? He's bouncing his way into bowl and bouncing his way through the follow through.
Is that it? No, it's not. Well, behind the stumps they think it is. Gohart reels away in disappointment rather than celebration.
He's played outside it. He wheeled away to give it the full beans in terms of celebration and bailed out pretty early, the bowler.
And followed up with a boundary. Jennings moves to 48. The partnership's into the 90s. Back and have a look at the end of the over. More balls come of it. That appeal from Davies and slip. Gohart starting to celebrate, not appealing. When he began his celebration, I wondered, did he think he bowled him? He'd got through that inside edge. It's one of those as a bowler, you think, yeah, I've missed it. And he was more thinking about, have I bowled him? Whereas behind the stump, they were thinking, has he edged it? Single 20 over. 93 without loss, it's 20 done, but let's have a look at that moment again. We can slow it down. Davies holding on, but no edge involved according to the umpire. No, through it goes. I mean, almost if he had got anything on it, he'd have been chopping on, wouldn't he? Holman asking the question. The bowler did not.
Well, he's created the half chances that Middlesex were looking for, hasn't he? the spinner.
Oh, there it is, the breakthrough. It's Cullen. Just short of a length, just short of 50 for Jennings. He's gone for 49. 52 deliveries. Relief out there for Middlesex. Palpable relief. It's a big opening stand in the context of this match and this chase. And Jennings cuts it down onto middle and off. He can't believe it. Just a little too close to him for the late cut that he was attempting. This chase was getting a little too close for comfort for Middlesex, but they've got a first breakthrough. They've got a wicket. 93 for 1.
Second time in the match, Keaton Jennings walks off frustrated. Got to 55 in the first innings, 49 in this one. And he didn't really make many mistakes, but that one, just a little bit outside the timbers and chops them back on. Well, passes on a message to Bohannon. Well, that's one down for Middlesex, 9 to go. It's just the angled bat, isn't it? And the look on his face is, what have I done?
Yeah, just too close to him, wasn't it? I guess that length and the slope here at Lord's, you fancy, look, it's angling away, but sharp from Cullen. Didn't die away down the slope on Jennings to cut. Instead, he was tucked up by it. Middlesex have hoped for the last couple of years that Cullen would have that breakthrough year to be a strike bowler for them, but injuries have halted his rise.
Well, he's finally got an edge to go his way.
And an inside edge. Bounce again. It's played off the splice. Quite up on his toes to that one, Bohannon. He's working up a head of steam here, Blake Cullen. The thing about the start that Lancashire have got, as crazy as it may be, it might not be the worst thing for Middlesex, because 216 to win off 47. They are in this all the way now to win it, Lancashire. There always comes a bite point. The fear at lunch, which is something of a consensus up here, was, you know, a slow start for Lancashire, particularly a bad start, and they'll just shut up shop. The whole Middlesex's best chance of winning being bowled out, but now that Lancashire have got off to a bit of a start here, quite a start to be fair, you could even put 3-4 on at tea, but Lancashire won't be fully out of it. Driven straight to Holman again. He's been well placed in there, Holman, hasn't he? He must have saved 12, 16 runs in the last couple of overs for Cullen. Just good to see him back with Whites on, bowling for Middlesex. Had a few T20s in the last couple of years, but injuries making a way in the Championship. Third maiden out of his last 4 for Cullen, and bearing in mind that the last over, which wasn't a maiden, nearly had a wicket off the first ball, but Brooks putting down Jones at mid-off. took catches out of the equation with the first ball of that over. Jennings playing on. So Bohannon and Jones, 93 for 1. 216 to win from 46. Game on at Lords.
If you just sneaked out of work early, or if you just switched on the computer while you're still at work and weren't with us earlier on in the piece today, Max Holden ended up 184 to his name before being caught. 407 for Middlesex. Zafar was the last man out. He's got ball in hand now.
Edged, oh, and put down. I don't know whether the keeper just got a glove to it, which took it away from slip as well. But things finally starting to happen out there for Middlesex. Oh, maybe he didn't hit it. What's the umpire given? Buys a given, he's turned it past the edge.
Well, he's absolutely ripped that one then, if it's buys.
That's got to put a little bit of doubt in the batter's mind. First one for Gohar that's really gone. Left alone. Slip is... It is Sam Robson in there, it usually is for the spinner. Slip. Actually, Lee's Deploy can go in there at slip as well for the spinner. Wasn't quite as close as I think Robson's trying to tell Bohannon that it was, that last one. Oh, he's bowled him! He's backed up on it! And Bohannon has gone to Zafar Gohar again. Doesn't seem to have liked Zafar in this match. It's in the back of him twice. A duck for Bohannon. Zafar Gohar has a really big wicket there. He's just got himself into a bad position again. 2 down. And this game is coming to life very quickly now. Lancashire, you might have thought it was just too big a target for them in 2 sessions. They've got off to a flyer. Middlesex having a little nibble back at them now. This really is opening up the game. 98 for 2.
Well, it was either the arm ball or the one that just goes on, and it hurried on. And he's done Bohannon for pace there. And Zafar has his first of the innings. .98 for 2.
It's bubbling up. Harris comes out, the centurion of the first innings for Lancashire. You saw Holden get 69 in the first dig and then go on to a century. Can Harris go back to back in this match? He's just got himself into a really bad... As soon as he goes back there, he's in no man's land. He's bowled by Zafar Gohar's first ball of the first innings, Bohannon. And he looked to cut off the stumps. It's complete misjudgments, both innings. He's enjoyed it, they all have, haven't they? And again, you know, the relief was palpable. You can see, though, that it's changed into just a little bit more excitement and belief with that one for Middlesex. Who would you rather be? 211, 46 overs, 8 wickets.
The way Zafar is bowling, I think a lot of people would say the bowling side.
It's 5 in the match for him now, isn't it? 4 for 79 in the first innings. Slip short leg and a silly mid-on. Harris tickles to mid-wicket. Tumbling stop from Holman. There's a deep mid-wicket as well. Will they get the ball out of his hands at the nursery ends for the remainder of the match now? Maybe a quick burst after tea for one of the seamers and then straight back to him. Down the track comes Harris. I don't think Zafar Gohar will mind that for a moment. 98 for 2, end of the 20-seconds. And Zafar Gohar has Bohannon twice in the match now. Real blow this. The manner of the dismissal as well for Bohannon.
He's had trouble with that arm ball in both innings, hasn't he? He's not picked it.
Bearing in mind that he's ripped one past the edge earlier in the over that's gone away for 4 byes between the keeper and slip, beating that drive. And then gets that one, as you say, to dart on. Looks a pretty good signing right now, doesn't he? Zafar Gohar in the first round of the season. Soft early season pitch. Where will he be going come July, August and September? The feeling was he didn't get the reward down at Gloucestershire that he deserved for the bowler of the calibre he was. Indeed is. All of a sudden, the ball, the pitch, the game, the bowlers come to life. Not at the head there from Jones.
Neville off the seam, and then a bit of curve as well in the air as it makes its way through to the keeper.
22nd over. The ball, replacement ball, mind, might just be coming to life. Cullen into his 7th over. We've still got 20 minutes to tea on this final day. I'll be able to get one more out of Cullen after this.
In a strange way, it'll be a frustration that tea's coming, because whatever people tell you, there isn't a science to cricket ball swinging. There's no, if it's this temperature and this humidity, there is a very random nature to it. The fact that it's suddenly started to go, Middlesex won't want tea to actually come and interfere with that and take that time away.
Oh, bumper. Eased off the hip. What do they do? Higgins, maybe, from the pavilion end. He hasn't had to go up there yet in this innings. Throw it to Higgins, give Cullen a break before tea, and maybe Cullen comes straight back on after.
Well, if it's swinging, you've got to give Higgins a go, haven't you? Because he is the genuine swing bowler.
Maybe they'll go for an 8th in this spell from Cullen. But he's definitely grown into this spell. He was the first of the Middlesex bowlers in this innings just to start to get something to happen. Zafar Gohar's entered the attack and done likewise. It was midway through his 5th over, wasn't it? Maybe the 4th. Just all of a sudden started to get a little bit happening out there. Another bumper. Bumped out Hurst in the first innings, didn't he? Caught Fernandez for 4. And a long leg. It's back up the slope from Cullen.
Get over that one. 99 for 2 after 23.
Just a confirmation for the ground you might have picked up there, as I've been saying. He is fixed at 340 on the final day. Tell you what, there's no sign of any sleepers in the grandstand at that point, was there, looking in the background? All eyes on the action here. Edge out of reach. Might not have carried to a second. Robson looks back, I think, at where it pitched, and that's a good stop there. Cullen as well, good spell. I think he's asking the question. He looks behind, said, I'm not sure, I think I stopped it. 3 given. It's the 100 up in the second innings for Lancashire. 102 for 2. Nice. Nice line, nice length. Could Harris hold the key for Lancashire? Hurst, Wells, Balderson, Bailey still to come. The Australian, though, is undoubtedly a huge wicket. And that one is just out of reach. Forward short leg, anyone?
Been your bet noir the whole game, hasn't it?
I'm hoping it's not going to be the whole season. Use of the feet from Harris. He's still on naught. This is an interesting game of cat and mouse between these two now, isn't it? Arguably the 2 players that hold the key, one for Middlesex and one for Lancashire. He remains on naught. 102 for 2, another good over from the former Pakistan international.
Yeah, international on international. Harris the class option for Lancashire.
Oh, far.
It's not far away.
That's 2 chances in the over the edge and then nearly catch at short leg. Amazing how this game has come to life. Roland Jones back for a second spell. Wondered whether he'd go with Higgins for a go, but he probably took himself out of the attack too early, Roland Jones. I think we noted it, and 2 others did in this match, that a little bit last year as well, it was almost as though he was warming into spells, wasn't he? Growing into spells himself, which wasn't always the way for Roland Jones over the years. Burst just before tea from the skipper here wouldn't be unwelcome at all for the hosts. Good start. Amazing what a change it's been in the last few overs.
Just curious to see how far this lands in front of the keeper. It's a perfectly respectable delivery. A little bit of cut on it, but I mean, that's a good couple of metres in front of him, isn't it?
Well played by Jones, got himself into position well there. It's a good ball from Roland Jones. He's certainly got it more where he wants it in this opening over, hasn't he, than the first 5. Not that they were bad, the first 5, he went for 12, but just didn't quite manage to settle on a line and length. Bit of width there, but Holman picked out once more by Jones. I reckon he saved about 24 runs now. That cover it that lasts half an hour or so.
Yeah, Jones would be comfortably past 50, wouldn't he?
Look at that hoop from Roland Jones. Wow, that has gone. Well, we haven't seen anything like that in the match from the skipper. And look at the delight. He's enjoyed that. Goodness me, that's gone out of the hand from Roland Jones. It's hooped in. Jones didn't know much about that at all, and you can't blame him. Boomed in. Known over the years for his seam bowling. Look at the swing on that. Goodness me. That's a belter, and you can see how much he enjoyed it and just why. Middlesex have 3 before tea on the final day, and this game is blowing wide open now here at Lord's.
That is remarkable. Where has that come from? That face tells you everything you need to know.
He's as shocked as we are. Certainly as Jones is and was. Fine start Jones and Jennings gave this innings. Gone for 44. Brilliant opening stand from he and his skipper. They're both gone now. Middlesex have a couple of batsmen out there on naught as Harris is about to be joined by Hursts. A wicket maiden for Roland Jones. 102 for 3 Lancashire.
That has virtually hooped round the corner. Well, if you can produce a few more of those, then this could be very entertaining in the next few minutes. Well, we just said it was swinging, therefore, should you give Higgins a go? No, forget that. Skipper's said, don't worry, lads, I've got this one covered.
And that really was something quite extraordinary. But Roland Jones, out-and-out seam bowler over the years. Hit the deck hard, fine bounce. But swing like that, goodness me. You could see the surprise on his own face, though, couldn't you, to be fair?
I'd like to be near him about 8:30 this evening, about 3 pints in, and go, did you mean that?
Depending on the result, Macca. Let's have a go, Hart, around the wicket. Start the new over to Harris. If Middlesex have lost by then, I'll be honest, I wouldn't ask you anything. 3 pints or 33 pints. I mustn't forget what a big battle this is. I mean, that's made everybody sit up that last delivery. You really have to say it's game on now. 200 to win. Look at that run rate. It's come climbing, falling back down to 4. Toss that one up. Harris wasn't going to miss out there. Lovely. Shoved down the ground to get off the mark. Yeah, that's grabbed our attention, that wicket and the manner of it, the mode of it. But this, though, is perhaps overall where the game may well lie. Zafar Gohar will know that for as good a start of Lancashire had had. If he can pick up Harris before tea, maybe for the first time in this innings you'd start to Be swaying towards Middlesex in this one.
Harris played so well in the first innings that he's got that sort of threat about him, that quality about him. But if you could get him, he really does change things, as you say. So for Go Harris, therefore going to bowl over the wicket, and if he can get one to rip, therefore, what's that off stump he's going to take? Yeah, Harris is going to be on off stump to get something to try and grip on the surface, come down the slope. If it bounces, it'll bring short leg into to play off the glove, potentially.
And 26th on a 7 for 3. One thing about coming left arm over to the left-hander with that slope going off to leg, there's not much that ball can do other than turn in, is there? From the nursery end, with the angle, left arm around, you can hope to get it to hold its line up the slope, but then threaten to bring it back in. Feels like you're negating that threat a little bit by being over the wicket. 5 minutes to tea on the final day, just over. The clock's a minute behind the digital clocks around the ground. So we've got 6 minutes. Harris and Hurst will be taking their time. Roland Jones almost the double teapot there as he looked down at Harris. So skipper to overseas. He's already produced a belter in the last over. 2 slips and 2 gullies. 1 gully, apologies. Backward point. The next fielder.
Unless my eyes are deceiving me, that one just threatened to come back again. So if he's got it going both ways, then that is the real threat to the batters. If it's going the same way all the time, although it's tricky, you can set yourselves. But if it's going both ways, that presents a very different problem.
Seven wickets to take in the final session. Too many for Middlesex. They need this one more before tea. As you said, Harris perhaps is the key. 200 to win in the final session, too much for Lancashire. Again, perhaps Harris is the key. Pitching outside the line of leg. Understand the excitement and the enthusiasm right now.
Just outside, isn't it?
Noticeable difference in the demeanour of Middlesex since that opening stand has been broken.
Well, you just posed the question, is 7 too many in a session? Well, Middlesex lost 6 in a session on day 1, when the pitch was theoretically at its best, at its cleanest. So 3 days later? Is one more wicket that out of the question? Possibly not.
Feel as though it got up, and the pressure is that much greater in this session coming up. One more to go of the afternoon session. By Zafar Gohar. And then what have we got? It's going to be a long evening session, to be fair. We thought maybe it would be around 35 overs for the evening session. It's going to be 39 overs the evening session. 107 for 3.
39 overs, even with the spinner.
And Middlesex will be slowing it down.
Two slips in place now.
First ball for Hursts, and he's off the mark with it. I don't think Zafar will mind too much that single. 5 balls to look at Harris before tea. He'll be relishing this challenge, won't he? Almost a case of playing off the back foot at your peril in this game. As Bohannon shown twice, once in each innings. There you go, little use of the feet, and gets it through the gap in between mid-wicket and silly mid-on. There's an orthodox deep mid-on.
Going back certainly seems hazardous. Pros prefer to play all the way back if they can, watch it and see what it's doing. In club cricket, it'd be get the old lunge out, get as far forward as you can. Well, I'll say this here and now. Judging where second slip is with a helmet on, there is no way an edge is landing short. I mean, he's almost holding hands with the batter there.
Sam Robson at second.
I mean, look at that.
Higgins's slip. One ball to come of the afternoon session on the final day. Bit to do for both sides. 7 wickets needed for Middlesex. 200 runs exactly required from here for Lancashire. 39 overs. And that is how the equation will stand. A dot ball to finish the session. It's been quite the session. Lancashire getting off to a flyer with Jennings and Jones. 44 and 49 apiece, but Roland Jones, Cullen, and that man Zafar Gohar have just given Middlesex a chance here. We'll take a break from the live enhanced stream in association with Dafabet. Join us back in just under 20 minutes. It looks as though it's bubbling up to be the finish that we were all hoping for. Or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again, off the bat again. That sounded big, and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
Action. All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. That, ball, catch, throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk. This holiday at Dynamos Cricket.
Let's also allow the grounds for the Rothesay championship today. The second game in the match is already over. Hampshire wins by 5 wickets. Division 2 10 with Northampton by 145. Derbyshire won by 9 wickets against Rothesay. Lancashire won by 10 wickets. Those games still playing at Chelmsford. Surrey got through that in session without losing any further wickets. 164 for 3 in their second innings. They still trail by 53 runs with 7 innings remaining. Don City ending 59, 212 more releases, and Folks 42 from 111. Worcester against Somerset, Worcester's 5 against Somerset, 457. They trail by 101 runs with 3 wickets remaining there. Matthew Still in control of our position, 101 behind, with just 3 wickets remaining. At edge batsmen, Sussex declared their second innings on 313 for 7, setting Warwickshire very rank on 388 for the time remaining, and Warwickshire currently 27 without a loss. But very much a result still on Trent Bridge rather than dismissed their second innings, which is 259. That man has not to set a target of 89. They are currently 8 for 1.
Well, a very good evening, everybody, and welcome back to Lords, the final session, the opening championship match of the season in Division 2 here in NW8. And it's pretty finely poised. The hosts are in their huddle. 7 wickets needed in 39 overs. Lancashire require a further 200 runs in those 39 overs. They've got 109 for 3 off the first 28. That was a flying start from Jennings and Jones. Both falling just shy of 50s. Very nearly bringing up century stands once again. Off a 97, that stand in the first innings. You're watching the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. I'm Kevin Hand, Andrew McKenna's alongside me. And Macca, we're being served up the treat we hope for, and that's not just the cake at tea.
Absolutely. As it should be. Good quality cricket. It's going to go down to the final session of the final day. It's still doable for both sides. Harris, you feel, is going to be so important for Lancashire. Middlesex just have to find 7 good balls.
Well, I was going to say, even 3 down, 7 overs out, Middlesex will still be at that point harbouring hopes, depending on where Lancashire are, of course. 7 overs out, Lancashire could require 30 or so runs. It should be a belter, this, one way or another. You fancy one of these two to get at least very close. Roland Jones to set the tone for the session. Harris on strike. A little too straight. 199 to win.
So it's just over 5. The required asking rate per over. 200 runs in 40 overs for round numbers. As you mentioned, if it was a white ball game, you'd be doing it with a canter. You'd be working out how many overs spare you'd have. But this isn't. There are no field restrictions. If it goes horribly wrong, Middlesex can go ultra defensive, or they can go ultra attacking.
Was he looking for that one to hoop again?
Well, it's funny you should say about that one, because how would you like to see it from the best view in the house? The man standing 24 yards away. There you go, umpire Cam. That big booming inducker.
Almost like a computer game, that, didn't it? Brian Lara cricket. On the spot again.
A bit like the start of Star Wars, where the ship goes over the top of you. Roland Jones hoves into view in the left part of the screen.
Middlesex's very own Imperial Star Destroyer. Does that make you and me C-3PO and R2-D2?
That's not the length he's looking for.
Oh, another one! Wow, what a delivery that was. How on earth Hurst has kept that out? Where is Roland Jones digging these up from? That's an astonishing dig out from Hurst there. For all the world, it looked as though he was gone. Had no chance. Let's get that back foot out of the way as well.
That's arguably the most impressive thing about that. He's got the toes out of the way and somehow got the bottom of the bat down.
I can't believe he's kept that. I thought he was gone. I just didn't think it was possible to get that bat down. $110 for 3. Well, those are two magic men at the moment, aren't they? It was Blake Cullen, though, that just started to get something to happen out there. To be fair, that was after they got the ball replaced, wasn't it? So I'm sure Brooks and Higgins are itching to get going again as well. They're going to have to wait their turn because it's going to be very difficult to get the ball out of that man's hand. And Roland Jones is bowling pretty well now at the pavilion end. Starting straight, get a single, or a leg by indeed. Over to Hurst. Slightly different challenge to getting the bat down to dig that in-swinging Yorker out.
And there are certain grounds that are known for swinging. I'm thinking of Trent Bridge to start with. If that had been in Nottingham, you wouldn't be surprised, but here?
Yeah, it's always been renowned as the seamer's surface, hasn't it, here at Lord's? But then, if there's cloud cover overhead, it will swing around corners. But on a clear blue day like this, to see swing like that at Lord's is unusual.
Well, I've just had a look at the sky, and I reckon the nearest cloud is at Trent Bridge at the moment. There is absolutely nothing in the sky.
Good few kids in, aren't there? Easter holidays have begun.
What was noticeable, actually, heading to the tube station last night as I was heading home, was the amount of people walking down towards the ground with their kit bags. Obviously, pre-season nets in full effect. I reckon a good 3 or 4 lanes of the indoor nets would have been employed last night, as everyone gets themselves ready for that club season just round the corner.
It's 30 done, 113 for 3. Just nudging towards the halfway point with the allocation of overs. 31st over, there'll be 36 more to come after this. 113 for 3, but 196 more runs required. We mentioned it's partnerships really that get you to targets like 300. I mean, in any given chase, because of the pressure, it's partnerships that do. You don't do many chases in bits and pieces because the pressure grows if wickets are constantly going. But They do need a partnership again here just to give them a bit of a footing in this chase once more, Lancashire. Otherwise it might just be a case of trying to hold Middlesex at bay. Beautiful. In front of point. It's an agonising chase for Nathan Fernandez. Harris, distinctive cut.
Looked like it was going to get there with plenty to spare. And then the parachute went out the back, and it only just made it. Jones has got the 2 slips and then a gully. The gully very close, coming in a good chunk. But there's also the leg slip in place again. Now he's going to come around the wicket this time. So if he can get the inducker to Harris, no, that plan is clearly not in play because the leg slip's actually coming out. So it will be go across the lefty.
Ooh. Slips out a little, gets away with it, just a single. Harris has done well to lay batten, it was that far down the leg side. For it again there, hasn't he? Dug out by Hurst. 31 done, 36 to go. This opening championship match of the season. 2 Division 2 favourites pitted against each other in the opening round. In NW8, the weather's played its part. The match has played its part. These two have fought it out pretty hard on a very good surface here at Lords. Quite at full strength either side, missing a few of their recruits for the season. Be a mouth-watering return in September.
Perhaps the biggest compliment you can give this is actually the game hasn't missed any of those, in inverted commas, big names. We've still had a very good game of cricket.
Use of the feet again from Harris. Just a single. Still feels like this is the matchup, doesn't it? Harris versus Gohar.
I don't want to go back to your old point about the short leg, but he does seem to be getting off strike fairly easily. Do you need to have the 2 close fielders on the leg side, as you say, to stop him doing that?
Slips for Hurst. Flighted. Played with the angle bat. It's amazing how the required rate and the run rate have changed quite significantly. From a Lancashire perspective, it feels as though that's not going to get any easier anytime soon and could get significantly harder. Lifting and edged and gone. Goodness me. Gohar's got another. Slip holds on. That was a sharp chance. Very well held by Higgins. Hurst falls for 2. Gohar has his 6th of the match. Look at the bounce on this. Just lifted. Might have just taken the glove as well. Oh, he's taken that almost off his nose, Higgins. Going to come out from behind the gloves of Higgins. You'll see it here. The keeper, sorry, Davies. Look at that. Brilliant, brilliant grab. Can't overstate how good a catch that is. But equally, what a good ball. That bounce will really, really lift Zafar Gohar. Middlesex have their 4th wicket of the Lancashire 2nd innings. This game just starts to tilt again in the favour of the hosts. 119 for 4.
That's a sensational grab. He's got next to no time to see that. And you don't have your hands in front of your forehead naturally when you're standing at slip. So to react that quickly, but still have the hands soft enough to actually take the ball in, and then the way he just collapses backwards to absorb that impact, if you like.
Could have even taken a little bit of the glove on the way through. It's almost hesitated at first, like, was it the edge? Was it the glove? I think it was both. Which makes it an even better catch. Not quite sure we can see it from this angle. The other one almost does. This one gives you an idea of the bounce, but yeah, it's almost 2 edges. The bat, the glove, and then Higgins, as you say, having to get his hands up and in front of his face. Really is an absolutely stunning piece of slip catching that from Higgins. Now Wells comes out at 6. Now getting into the heart of this innings, aren't they? Wells an opener by trade. A decent bit of spin in the match himself. Got a real job to do here now for Lancashire. Talks about taking 7 in the final session. Well, the final session's 39 overs, so as such we're not really into the final session of the match yet. It's 35 overs to go after this, so we've still got 3 overs before we'd say, well, how many wickets can you take in a final session being 32 overs. A lot of cricket to be played here. I tell you what, whoever managed to get that signing of Zafar Gohar over the line right now is feeling pretty good with themselves. I imagine it was a team effort. Alan Coleman, Director of Cricket, Head Coach Richard Johnson. Ian Salisbury, in interview when Zafar Gohar signed, he told the Middlesex website that he thought, in a few years' time, this man will be the best spinner in the country. He's got some pretty good stats already behind him. Oh, very nearly had another wicket behind him there. Well, so a long way across. Nearly played around that, didn't he? Wonder whether they'd give another seamer a short burst at the nursery end just after tea. One to give Zafar a break, but 2 just to give somebody else a go. Oh! You're not going to prize that ball out of his hands. For the remainder of the game, it's pretty clear. 32 bowled in this innings, 119 for 4. Middlesex have 35 more overs to try and find another 6 wickets. With 190 required for Lancashire.
Zafar Gohar, as a spinner, when you get a regulation nick, you expect them to be caught at professional cricket level. He's obviously in his first game with his new side. He's going to be absolutely buzzing that he's got wickets, but he now knows he's got a guy at slip who can take some absolute stunners, and that means that half chances become 3/4 chances, almost full chances. That's going to be a great confidence booster for him.
They've got a good cordon at the moment. Robson, ever reliable to ploy. And a good all-round cricketer, not a bad left-arm spinner himself. And Higgins, who was slip for that delivery. If the spinner's on, Higgins is your slip fielder. Robson comes out of slip. Some good grabbers in there.
Can make all the difference, can't it? 1/2 chance that sticks as opposed to a full chance that doesn't. And especially if it's the right batter, so suddenly you're turning a game.
Clipped away. I feel better for Harris, just start to get him ticking again. Good stop. Brooks throwing himself around. Hopefully he's okay, because I was a little bit worried that he went down awkwardly there on a shoulder. Holman was walking away and then realised, oh dear. Yeah, something hurts.
I think he's gone knee first into the turf, hasn't he, judging by that.
Hopefully that's what it is.
Staying on his knee.
Impact injury rather than a twist. He's happily going back to his mark, isn't he? So I think you're right. You worry when particularly a fast bowler goes down tumbling like that he twists something or traps something. It's away for a single deep point setback. Fernandez down there. As much as anything, it gives Harris the single. It's run protecting in terms of the boundary. It's a big boundary down there. Middlesex at the moment, they won't be too worried. The run rate climbing up to 5.4. That latest wicket, it does just start to stretch it again for Lancashire, doesn't it? That standing opening stand, but well, since then. First to the fourth wicket. 93 without loss to 119 for 4. Lovely piece of time in that, Harris. He's into the 20s. 127 for 4.
Batters often talk about bubbles, don't they? It feels like Harris has just been in his own bubble this whole game. It doesn't seem to really matter what's going on around him. He's just carrying on playing. Some really good looking shots.
There's that swing again. Swung into the slot. It's timed to perfection. He's on to 25. 1-3-1 for 4. You can't fully rule out Lancashire in this one at all. These 4 wickets have hurt them for sure, but with Harris there, 178 more from 34 overs. Again, if a partnership gets going and they're 4 down with 20 overs remaining in the match, then in 14 overs time you're perhaps looking at 140 to win with 6 wickets standing. Never say never. But from 93 without loss to 119 for 4, as you can see down at the bottom there, that's put a real dent in Lancashire's hopes. Lancashire dressing room. This man's put plenty of doubt into the mind, that's for sure. Nice spot. Zafar, if he can just leave that ball there or thereabouts. He said he had that arm ball go on earlier. Oh, little use of the feet from Wells for a single. Of course, that's the response that the batter can go with, but Zafar won't mind seeing these 2 left-handers leaving their crease. He had that one go past the inside edge of Harris and just past the leg stump as well in the first innings. And then indeed Harris edged him in between the keeper and slip to bring up his century. Can go hard getting this time around.
Harris almost automatically now is coming at Gohar. I just wonder about the one fired either across or down leg side. And I mean a quick fire down. It probably means you've got to have a signal with the keeper to tell him it's coming.
Sharp single there, tucked to square. Blake Cullen coming around. There's Nathan Fernandez in the foreground. Talks about Liz Deploy being a slow left arm. Well, Fernandez first got into the Middlesex side in T20s, played 6 or 7 on the bounce as a left arm spinner. And his next look was as an opening bat in first class. Well, the right-handers, we were saying, play Gohar off the back foot at your peril. A little different for the left-handers, the angle. You're bringing that bat down in a different way, aren't you? Trapping it down with the spin to block it out. Again there. Whereas Bohannon twice ran out of room, didn't he? Playing off the back foot. 134 for 4. 175 more required for Lancashire. Got a red bowler. It's a pretty bright orange hat in the background there.
Very natty.
Red baseball cap as well. Unbranded, I think. That might be Lancashire. Two lefties for Roland Jones to go at. Will he go around the wicket to them, or will he stay over? Seam bowler of his ilk. LBW in play. As difficult as it is to get an LBW from the pavilion end, he is that little bit fuller in length in the latter stages of his career now, Roland Jones, than the kind of back of the length international bowler that he was and broke through to become. Just a little too straight, that one. But he'd made it. He was on that plane to Australia for the Ashes tour when the first of the injuries kicked in. Not on the plane, but he was in the squad to go on the plane. Cruelest of injuries denying him a long international career, but that one denying him the trip to Australia. There's this ongoing debate, would he be quick enough for Australian wickets? He was an 85 mile an hour man before the injuries in that series against South Africa. Had a great run against Hashim Amla, who was at Surrey as well for a while. I don't think pace would have been a problem for him at all. He was all about bounce, Roland Jones. Extra bit of lift that he used to get. I think he very much enjoyed those Australian tracks. Be a single. To Wells again.
The thing about pace has always been a little bit confusing. Yes, of course, someone bowling 90, 92 is that bit more difficult, but if they can't control it, then give me a bloke who's bowling 85 every day of the week. Express pace is fantastic, but if it's wild, it's just going to be disappearing to the boundary.
hate to continually quote and credit Dave Fulton, especially he's going to be on the stream in a week or two, but I talked to him about it. He said, listen, I'd face 90 miles an hour all day of the week, but 85 miles an hour and doing a bit, that's tough. 90 miles an hour, it's so quick up there, and if you're 80, if it's gun barrel straight, no problem, but if you're 85 miles an hour and you're able to get the ball to do a bit, which this guy off the seam, but also the lift, just that he's got that additional bounce. Yeah, Fulton said that he always found that as far more challenging. So that 5 miles an hour between 85 and 90, yes, it's nice to say 90 mile an hour, man, but what are you doing with it? 138 for 4.
So we're down to 32 overs minimum in the day. So effectively that is your final session starting now. Let's see, 171 from 32.
Well, this is pretty much what we said when we were teeing up this innings, wasn't it? You know, at tee, if Lancashire are 3 down, 2-3 down, and they're 150 on the board, might just think about it. But the nature of, well, it's 4 down, and the nature of how quickly they went together as well, the grouping of those wickets, it has slowed matters here. Oh, Lewis deployed, just saying a forward short leg there, is he saying? Get them stretching forward to it, clipping it. At the moment, runs aren't really in the equation for Middlesex to worry about, are they? 171 more in 32 overs. It's only going to take a wicket or two and runs go completely out the window, and it's all about time for Lancashire. Seal the draw and see you in September.
I think you're getting your wish.
It's only taken 3 days and 3 sessions.
They did just signal for another helmet and indeed some more leg guards, and the hand signals were pointing to a forward short leg.
Seems to be what Deploy's saying to him there on the right hand side of the screen. The way that it's turning, they're turning the ball into the leg side, they're pushing it in front of the short leg.
Some tape on that helmet, isn't there?
It's so Robson, what he does is when he's fielding, he doesn't like the chin strap under his chin, so it's the chin strap is taped to the top of the helmet. We thought it was a camera at first when he first started doing it. We thought that he had a head cam on, but it's just the chin strap. It's taped up over the top of it. Doesn't like the feeling of it apparently when he's out there short leg for whatever reason. Sort of slow matters on this final evening once more. Still a full 32 overs to go. What time is it? 4:30, so we'll be going to, well, not far off 7.
Is he going to be able to get the trouser over the pad? We had some problems the other day, didn't we?
He's got those.
Oh, go on!
He's got those skinny jeans of yours, Macca.
I'll jump up, you hold on to it, see if it works. I mean, those are proper full-on pads, aren't they? Those, where have those come from? I mean, a cricket company surely hasn't designed it. That idea has been stolen from somewhere else, hasn't it? But I'm trying to think what other sport has a set of pads like that.
Hockey keeper. Too small for it. Baseball catcher. Ooh.
That's probably the nearest thing, isn't it?
Swing as though it was going for 6. You don't always have it up over waist high, are you? When you follow through, broken poor fella's nose. We're forced into play it by the PE teacher at school. She wanted to get a hockey team going. Give a creative player and you do one thing with that, ball coach.
Alright, so Kevin Hand is now expecting the first ball to go straight to the fielder at forward short leg that he's been calling for 3 days.
Got I mean, it's almost a slightly forward short leg, but a backward square leg now as well. I still think he just needs to be a little bit further forward there, the first of those. Just by where so many of the balls have gone in this game, off Safa. I mean, if short leg is slightly further forward, it's only by a foot at most, isn't it? There you go again. That's where it's going through, isn't it?
Yeah, they could both quite happily take a step or even two to their right.
Or indeed leave backward square leg and forward short leg comes to the right, as you say, leaves the gap there, and you're asking Harris or Wells then, and Wells, to close that face that little bit more to find the gap between them.
Umpires having the conversation. Is that a formal conversation?
We'll have to go to the skipper if it is, won't we? Umpire Baldwin.
He's turned his back and gone
He's
straight to his
smiling.
mark.
Of course, the umpires had turned around, haven't they, for the second innings? It was umpire Baldwin up at the pavilion end in the first dig when Gohar was warned a couple of times. I just wonder if you bring that forward, that short leg forward, then you're asking Wells and Harris to close the face more to find the gap. Otherwise, at the moment, you're pushing it in front of the forward short leg. The bat face is staying more open, isn't it? So that's the other reason. Especially now you've got two of them in there. They're so close together that, you know, if one goes between it, they'll be banging heads, won't they, going for it? 139 for 4. Wells has 5, Harris has 29.
So it is Cullen, as you speculated, Kevin. Induced the inside edge from Keaton Jennings earlier. And this was it.
So apparently those pads, Sanjay Patel, who's pathway manager for the boys team at Middlesex, sourced them, and they are indeed massive. Made by Moonwalker, but specifically for cricket. I've got a source who's telling me these things at the moment. Snapped away. Just a single there.
Harris has just continued where he left off in the first innings, really, here, hasn't he? 30 from 46. Going along pretty nicely. He's in control.
double whammy for the Middlesex Director of Cricket, Alan Coleman. He's got man flu, which means he has to be at home listening to us rather than being here at the ground. Wish him well with the recovery. We all know how bad it is, man flu.
Yeah. See you in about 3 weeks then. Well, of course, if they win this, they'll be making him stay at home. You know how superstitious cricket teams are. I mean, someone makes some runs and it's, right lads, nobody move in the dressing room. If the boss is at home and you get a win, I'm afraid you're not going to need your car park spot for a couple of weeks.
It's going to be like a scene from Charlie in the Chocolate Factory. He's bedbound for the rest of his life if Middlesex win this game. Be Grandad Coleman. When Ed Smith was captain, he was at home bedridden with say man flu, whatever it was, missing, absent for the game. But this is in the day and age before the television stream of it. So yeah, Middlesex captain sick at home. He said, I was stuck in bed for 4 days listening to you on the radio to keep up to date with it. He was very complimentary, to be fair, Mr. Smith, on that one. Ended 37th, 140 for 4.
Happened to Ed nowadays, he'd probably just knock out another book or two, wouldn't he?
Ball change again. Another bad batch of Dukes this year. It's like a bad egg and spoon race, isn't it?
One of the more unusual viewing spots on the ground.
Is that the Lancashire Director of Cricket? They're falling like flies, these Directors of Cricket, aren't they? All having to lie down. Maybe they gave it to each other. He actually isn't the Director of Cricket. Can't see who it is, actually. Is that Bohannon, actually, now I think of it? Here's Bob. I undid Bob by 10 years yesterday when I said he was in his 27th. He's in his 37th year stewarding here at Lord's. Master and commander there, isn't he?
Right, well, we've got a new rock that the officials are happy with. Middlesex have just spent a good hour or so working on the last one to get it into the condition that they wanted.
The use of the feet. think he was left arm over to Harris when the left-hander charged past one in the first innings. I say charged past it. He went through the gate, didn't it? But missed leg stump. It does feel, though, that he's better left arm around to the two left-handers with the slope. Left-handers really got to expect that ball to be turning back in, pitched in line. You've got to play at it. If it holds its line, slips in play. Far from afraid to use the feet, though, Harris, so far. Wells has backed up a little bit more, hasn't he, in contrast to the way Harris is playing. Go her.
I still think firing a quick one across Harris would be worth exploring. If he's coming, can you fire it past the outside edge and bring the keeper into play?
I suppose the good thing that Alan Coleman needs, bearing in mind he's got the man flu, he's not feeling great, so he'll be a bit grumpy. At home, listening to me, he hasn't messaged in and said, just stop it about the forward short leg, will you? This ball's eased away, through point for a single. Wells on 6. Even the most jovial of us are a little bit grumpy when we've got man flu.
Some it doesn't even take the man flu.
Now that's the former director of cricket. Wicket. On 43 for 4, 29 overs remaining this championship match. You can see that required rate edging up towards 6. 166 more required. They were looking well set until those 4 wickets, weren't they? Because if you think without them, the rate they were going at. Talk about getting a chase like this down to those final 20 overs, almost T20 time. What can you score in that time? You've almost had it down to a run a ball at the rate they were going.
That would have been an absolute worldie of a catch, wouldn't it? By the way, having just spent 2 minutes putting those specialist leg guards on, Sam Robson's just taken them off.
Tips to it. Really bowled well in that first spell. Got a stomp about him, hasn't he? Not quite the Roland Jones and Angus Fraser trudge, something that they very much had in common, those two.
Maybe it's something that develops in time. Yeah. It starts off like that, and after 20 years of doing this, it's very much a trudge.
It's going to go. Harris moves to 40. It's the 150 up as well for Lancashire. 151 for 4. 233 deliveries. So it's taken them to the 39th over to get to 151. They need another 158 with 28 remaining. I mean, they may well have it down to a run a ball by 20 overs to go. But even still, it's that wickets column. Gee, a few more of those. We smeared that down the ground on the drive. Just past the halfway point. 154 more to win. That drive takes Lancashire to 155 for 4. 39 gone, 28 to go. Harris 44. If Harris is there for another 28 overs, going at nearly a run a ball, you couldn't say that it's not on. We've said for a while, probably the matchup is Zafar Gohar versus Harris. Whoever comes out on top of that might well win the match for their side.
Now, Robson clearly didn't like the previous set of short leg pads, because he's now just swapped them so we can go back in there again. So it is still 2 short legs, one in front, one just behind, and a slip as the close catches. Back on his spot, Zafar. Wells did come down to him in the first innings and bopped him back over his head for 6.
Ooh. Nice shot from Wells, but I do feel it's the wickets column here, isn't it? If Harris is there at the end, but also he needs others to be with him. Wells 6 from 21. Don't think he needs to be too perturbed by his own strike rate.
I mean, these are the situations that you buy in that experience as a senior pro overseas player, isn't it? The way he played in the first innings and the innings he's playing here in the second is exactly why he's on the books.
It's a little edgy. Into deep third it goes. Here's Deploy giving chase. Grabs a couple. Higgins, he's gone! Has he? Not out. Good grab by Robson diving forward. The over 157 for 4. Let's just look again, front on at that. Hits him outside the line, so LBW's out of the equation.
Well, I'll say it as you're probably too polite to do so, but that's not even a half chance if the fielder's not there to start with.
Still think he could take a step to his right. He had to dive a long way to get to that one, didn't he?
I'll just keep teeing him up for you.
Just doing these now to make Alan Coleman chuckle at home in bed. Cheer him up a bit. Could play Kev Bingo.
Well, Cullen was just starting to go for a few, so Higgins is back. We don't really know how old this ball is because of the fact it's been changed a couple of times, but the conditions should be similar to where things were, the one that was replaced, so it could and potentially should swing, bearing in mind what Roland Jones was doing earlier. Well done.
Let's have a go there as well. I think he had other things on his mind. Another good all-rounder for Middlesex, much as this man has been since his return from Gloucestershire. Shot. Oh, denied. Although he's wrong-footed. Mid on in the process, they'll get a single. Probably would have got a couple had it have just missed that stump.
Non-striker stumps have been in play quite a lot this game, haven't they? And some fielding for both sides. By definition, also shows how straight the batters are playing.
Yeah, and again, that's a credit to the ground staff, isn't it? See players playing down the ground as much as they have this time of year when pitches often are in sharp focus. Ooh, it's been whipped. 4 runs by Sexter 2 on that short boundary. and some by Wells. He's into double figures. Runs required, falls below 150, 147 more, 26 overs.
And the number of games ongoing reduces further. Nottinghamshire have beaten Durham in Division 1, winning by 8 wickets, making 89 for 2 in the second innings. They made 579, passing first. Durham 289 all out in the second innings. Not set 89, they knocked them off 2 down. Keep an eye on where Harris is batting here. You can actually see leg stump behind him, certainly on the last delivery if he takes up the same position. I mean, that is outside of off stump, and there is leg stump. Potential response to that is fire it in straight and full and see if you can get it down there quicker than the batter can get his bat down.
First no ball of the match for Middlesex. Inside the line of off.
Oh!
Nearly nutmegged himself. He did nutmeg himself, nearly onto the stumps.
Did that land in the footholes? Because that was certainly aimed wider, and then it jumped in towards Harris.
Outside the line of off. I mean, worth a go, of course, but outside the line of off.
So this is the first one of those. That's off the pitch. That's certainly not a crater that he's landed in out there, although there was a little puff. Always worth just chucking one out there and having a little explore. You never know if it suddenly grips. If you bowled all of them in and around off stump, and then the last over of the day you suddenly by mistake chuck one out there and it ragged square, you'd be absolutely filthy with yourself.
Come back for the second. Be far off a runner ball by the time there's 20 overs left in this one. Will they still be 4 wickets down? The 50 partnership comes up, and it just goes to show Wells is on 13, Harris is on 48 of those. 34 from 35 within the partnership for Harris. I'd suggest the Australian has not given up on this, and he's going to get more reward here to bring him his 50. 67 deliveries. Century in the first innings, a 50 so far in the second. Chin Holden's feat, a 50 and a century in the match. 91 minutes, strike rate of 74, which has considerably increased within this partnership. I think that makes his strike rate within the partnership now 100, doesn't it? With that fourth wicket, that Lancashire's chances had near fully faded. But with Harris there now, you can't rule it out. 138 from 25 overs. Good stop from Holman. Just a single. Got current run rate back up over 4, haven't they? Which is stopping the required. Nudging up towards 6. Or nudging over 6, I should say. It has been nudging up towards it for a while. Nice end to the over. There's those stumps. One striker's end again. 43 done, 172 for 4. So 137 more required. So a reminder that we are playing at the top end of the square. This you can see under the away dressing room is where the track is. It means there's a very short boundary to one side. So as we're weighing it up in terms of what'll it be at 20 overs, will it be a runner ball? 120 from 20 overs. T20 terms, even if you're starting your innings 0 for 4, I still think probably get 120 on the board from 0 for 4. And with the power play, of course, you don't have fielding restrictions, but you do have in this one a very, very short boundary on one side, and you also have international batter in Harris on 50 at the moment. Former international Zafar Gohar for Pakistan. Saying for a while that it's likely, if there's to be a match winner between one of these two sides, could well be Harris or Gohar. So that reverse from Wells in the last Zafar Gohar over. I wonder, does he just need to hang on in there though? Oh, so close. Well, we said with the right-handers, back up at your peril to the left-arm spinner. Misses everything. But yeah, the way Harris is batting, you don't want to disturb him by a wicket falling at the other end. Just hang in there. Don't have to do much. He's 13 off 33. Harris is doing all the hard work at the other end, but doing a great job of it.
And also, it's going to make life so much more difficult for a new player to come in against this.
And it would surely slow Harris as well, his own tempo. Because he'll start to look at the scoreboard and think, well, One turns into two at the other end. I can't get out now, or it's a likely defeat for Lancashire. So, yeah, hang on in there for Wells.
I can't believe we're seeing such regular puffs of dust first week in April.
There's the reverse. And has he got him? He has. Deploy has the ball. He has a smile on his face. No smile there from Zafagoa. Bit of aggression from the spinner in his celebration. It's the huge wicket. It's the huge matchup. The pairing between Harris and Gohar. The reverse sweep brings the downfall of the Australian. Well done, Lias Deploy holding on. 52 for Harris. A fine 50 to go with his century in this match. His aggregate score didn't quite get up to match Max Holden's at the moment. Never mind any of that. It's all about that man. Well, we're talking about the wicket at the other end. He's got the wicket of Harris. It's a big one. Could that be opening the door just wide enough that Middlesex needed to try and force this one home? 174 for 5.
Arguably the first mistake he's made in the game, Harris. And could it be a hugely significant one? I don't know if he didn't realise the fielder was there or thought he was slightly in a different position. But he's played the reverse and he's played it straight down the throat of the fielder. Well, as the Barmy Army and Bon Jovi would say, Middlesex are halfway there. That's not your cue to sing, by the way.
You sure?
Very much so.
So Balderson joins Wells. 14 from 34. .1 overs remain of this game. Which all of them at the nursery end, you'd imagine, will be bowled by Zafagoha. 3 for 35, 14 bowls. He's picked up Harris for the second time in the match. Last one to go in the first innings, so reversing on that occasion as well, LBW. How do Wells and Balderson approach this now? Again, it was just getting back to the point where you thought, just maybe. 135 from 23 overs, 5 wickets standing. But it was on the way to being 6 standing, and one of those being Harris. You're just starting to think again, maybe we can do it.
So if we say that there's 23 overs left, therefore 12 from the pavilion, 11 from the nursery, effectively 66 balls for Zephyr left. How many of those 5 realistically, would you be thinking the spinner needs to take as opposed to the seam? You'd probably be thinking potentially 3, maybe 4. We've been saying all afternoon, don't go anywhere around 5:30ish. Well, it's 5:15 and this is very much building up.
Bounce on that for Higgins. So he got 7 in the match. So for Gohar at the moment. 10 for on debut at Lords wouldn't be bad.
Wonder if there's a bonus in his contract if he does.
Only on debut though.
The required rate hits a runner ball.
Well, this is what we were teeing up, wasn't it? If it was 20 to go, 120 to win, run a ball, 6 wickets standing, you think it's worth a go. Harris is certainly giving it a go, wasn't he? But how Balderson and Wells will approach it. Balderson's got to get himself in first. Wells is only just starting to, really, isn't he? We were kind of saying when Harris is there, hang in there, Wells, don't give it away at the other end. Bailey, Espinwall, Williams and Sutton to come. End of the over, 45 done. 22 remain, 175 for 5, 134 more needed for victory. They went in pretty quick order in the first innings, didn't they? The final 5 from 320 for 5. 359 all out. So 39 runs for the last 5 wickets in the space of 14 overs in the first innings. Turns mid-wicket. Balderson. LBW to Zafar Gohar in the first innings. 4 for the left arm spinner, picked up on debut. 3 for 36 in the second. Can he add any more, and how many? Still over the wickets, Balderson, having been around the wicket, particularly in the early stages of his spells, to Wells and Harris. It's beautifully played. Off the mark with the boundary, Balderson. Just a fraction short from Zafar Gohar on that one, but beautifully stroked away. 180 for 5. And might get through as well for 4 more. No, chase on for deep square. I think cover got a little hand to it. Nathan Fernandez. The sweeper. 2 taken. 127. More for victory. 21 overs remain.
Crowd's just thinned out a little bit as the afternoon's worn on, approaching 5:30. However, having sat through most of the play, you got to this stage of the game, I'd be loath to go anywhere.
Strange, hasn't swung as much for Higgins in this innings, has it? We saw that booming in swing from Roland Jones in a spell, which managed to pick up Jones for 44. Nearly picked up Hurst with an even better Yorker than the one that got Jones, I'd suggest. Higgins taking a fine catch to get rid of Hurst off Zafar in the end. Where's that gone? Just fine of Gully.
Yeah, almost went through him.
They are going to be there or thereabouts at 120 to win. 20 to go, it's 122 to win. 20 overs remaining. Go to ground that one. He thought he had it there, didn't he, Gully, for a minute? Just went bounce. Perhaps didn't come up as much as he was expecting. Underneath the hands. So 122 more. Just turn away. 122 more to win. 187 for 5. 20 overs exactly remaining of this. 120 deliveries to score 122 runs, but only 5 wickets to play with.
He did well to pick that up and throw there, because his body weight was going in all the wrong direction to pick up and throw as a lefty, and was taking it back behind himself.
There's 4 more. Nicely placed, nicely got away there. It's into double figures, and he's got a strike rate of over 100, Balderson.
That's the thing about 6 and over. It's only 1 boundary, and then you've got 5 balls to find a couple of singles.
That's the very short boundary on one side.
Did wonder about a silly point. Leg slip's gone out and gone across the stand on the edge of the strip, as you can see.
Yeah, just started to tighten up that field there, didn't they? 192 for 5. 117 required from 19 overs remaining in the match. Were Harris still there, you'd still feel it was in the balance at the moment. Middlesex are a couple of wickets away from heaping the pressure onto Lancashire. If these two are still there in 9-10 overs time, I mean, if they are, it's going to go close. It's only 1 big over then, and especially with that short boundary.
Got our first draw of the new season. Sussex and Warwickshire have shaken hands. Warwickshire set 388 for victory, were 104 for 2 when it was called off. There is another game with the prospects of a result fairly soon. Worcestershire are 470 for 9 in their second innings against Somerset, still trailing by 46. Or the Tom Banton testimonial game, as it's probably being referred to now. Just squirted into the offside, really. And now, as long as Higgins doesn't go for a boundary off the final ball of the over, Lancashire do not get the 6.
Just the singles finish, 195 for 5. I was going to say, so they, take it deep. Never mind the 6. Happily go at 4 for now. Take it deep, get closer, and if they've got wickets in hand, go for that one big over to win it. If they lose a couple in that over, given that short boundary that we're talking about, fine, shut up shop and block the draw out. I do prefer him left arm around to the left-handers. Harry Brooks warming up down below us. Haven't seen him for a while. Gets past the deepish mid-off. They will only take a single. I thought they might get back for the second. Skipper Toby Rowland-Jones running around to field. That's the one we were talking about from around the wicket. They're obviously wary of the ball coming back, bowling them or Chap in the LBW with the turn and the slope, but the one that just keeps its line. Potentially takes a little bit of bounce as well. And then you get the one targeting those stumps. It takes pad on the way down the leg side. It's away for 4 leg byes. In fact, byes signalled by the umpire. If it were leg byes, they'd still be appealing now. Just went up with a yelp of excitement and settled back down, realising there wasn't anything on it. 200 for 5. It's the 200 up, 109 more to win. 18 overs. 17.1 indeed. This kills the last ball of the over. 200 for 5. He's the one that got away down the leg side. Pitch is middle. Turns past everything.
You've got worse balls than that this season, I'll tell you that.
Well, I do think he's better left arm around, because that's the line and length there, isn't it? You know, pitch in there if it goes straight on. Another look at the ball.
Surely not again.
'22 all over again, isn't it? 2022, 2023, when they had that really bad batch of balls constantly replaced.
Well, not this time. Oh, hello. Someone's popped in for a free meal.
Looks like he's had quite a few free meals, that one.
Just goes to show, Lord's free meal is still better than most. Whether you're a pigeon, a player or a spectator, you get value for your food at Lord's.
So here is Henry Brooks. Fine first in, he's not quite going his way in the second. Number 30 from 4. 51st over, he's eventually given the ball again. Ooh. Could have been interesting. Warren Higgins coming around.
Just feels like it's gone ever so slightly flat at the moment. If Middlesex take a wicket, all of a sudden that fuse is going to get lit again.
Bailey had that watch on the other day, didn't we? We were recalling Dean Jones asking Curtly Ambrose to take off the wristband. Does have that kind of very long-limbed fast bowler's gait, doesn't he, Brooks?
Bit of Stuart Broad, isn't there, about the walk? Obviously the number 8 as well.
Wicket's the left-hander. That's where he's got to stay. Just keep asking the question of that off stump and hope the slope helps out on the odd occasion. Yeah, there you go. Look at that go down the slope. Push that a little fuller and straighter. You're in business. Not even a little fuller, just a little straighter. (16 overs to go, 51 bowls, 201 for 5. 108 to win.
Can always tell when you get into the business part of a game, when the graphics on screen starts counting down to balls remaining, not overs remaining.
There you go, 108 from 96. It's only a couple of big overs really, isn't it? And hang in there at 4 and over otherwise. A couple there. Well, now. There may have been anyway. Blake Cullen hangs his head backwards down below us. I mean, well, certainly made it a comfortable 2 in the end. It ain't going to be over till it's over, this one, is it?
And we're reaching that stage where the theatrics are going to get even bigger every time you get close to an edge. The slip cordon's going to be screaming and shouting. Well, that's 4. That's a good shot from Wells. Across the spin, stays leg side of it and just plays a lovely little push drive.
102 to win. The next one, isn't it? It's below double figures. It's down to double figures. If it's below double figures, they really are close.
Well, you just said you preferred Zafar Gohar bowling around the wicket to the left-handers. He's decided to go back over after Wells playing that shot inside out. So they're going to plug the gap. The one on the close field is going to short extra. Single. Seven from 4.
Time to take him off, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, Zafar, I was just thinking, you know, would you maybe like a blow?
Well, Lancashire have not given up. Into 19. Huge 6 that. Just a gentle use of the feet. Lovely leverage of the bat. 95 more required for Lancashire.
Well, all joking aside, there is going to be a point where Zaffa's going to start getting tired. But the fingers start getting a bit sore, as does the shoulder.
Straight to point. Top ball to end the over, 2:14 for 5. It's 95 to win from 15 overs. When you look at it on the screen there, 95 from 90 balls.
It's amazing how much of a difference 1 over can make, can't it? All of a sudden, you're almost at parity again.
This partnership's worth 40 for the 6th wicket. That tumble from wicket 1 to 4 really set Lancashire back. But right now, boy oh boy, Middlesex needed that setback for Lancashire. Again, it's just the visitors coming into it once more. Just 2 wickets though for Middlesex, which will pretty much, you know, bang bang it ends the Lancashire hopes, and then all of a sudden it's a case of Middlesex's own race against time. I'll just put it on the main board, it's on the bottom. Roland Jones thrown angrily there at the non-striker's end. Charge never quite happened for Middlesex this morning, did it, before they were bowled out? They were just starting to get there. Almost the way the 2-night watch went in yesterday evening, which, you know, was right because you were protecting those to come, but when it ended in a flash this morning. Without the pyrotechnics that Middlesex perhaps planned for Zafar Gohar and Roland Jones, who was practicing all the shots in the dressing room, wasn't he? That man was first to go today, Brooks. First ball of the day. Night watch, second night watch to go after Cullen had gone last night. Davies and Holden put on a fine partnership once Davies had gone though. Holden and Zafar, then the last 2 to go. It's away. Held up though by Zafar Gohar. Got a couple. Buys into the book. Single taken, 90 to win from 85. It certainly looks as though we're going to the wire in this one. So the last hour has been taken. It's taken a couple of overs back. Around 5:45. You won't get any more than the 16 you wouldn't have thought to be taken in this final hour.
Started at 11 o'clock Friday morning, and at 5:45 on Monday we start the final hour of this match with it still all up in the air.
So I guess to some extent it's wrong to say balls remaining 84, because it could potentially be more if Middlesex rush through the overs.
Yeah, minimum of 84, isn't it?
So Zafar Gohar is done for now. And it's Blake Cullen throwing the ball to see if he can break this partnership. It's worth 45 for the 6th wicket at the moment. Was Cullen the first one to start to get things going in this innings, wasn't it? Just started to put a little bit of doubt into Jennings and Jones's head. Young Quick throwing the ball. Let's try and be that strike bowler. A little bit of an X factor. It's from the pavilion end earlier that he was bowling. Roland Jones has set the field here with 3 back on the onside. There's a deep mid-wicket, deep backward square and a long leg, which you can see them all in shot there, and now mid-wicket going across as well as mid-on. Deep backward point on the boundary in the offside, and so too deep third, so it looks as though it's going to be a bit of chin music here from Cullen, or nose and toes at least.
And the mid-wicket that is up is just backpedaling slightly for anything top-edged.
That's the first one. Wide signals. Be a few Middlesex batters mustering at the moment, about a few that weren't given this morning.
Even if this is only a couple of overs from Cullen, it breaks it up, doesn't it? They've got used to seeing Gohar from this end. So even if he only bowls a couple and then has a break to let Gohar come back on, they've at least then got to shift the mindset. Right, I'm facing seam again, so then going back to it, right, I'm facing spin again.
This is the ploy that Lancashire went with earlier, wasn't it, in terms of throwing in the bumper. Now, what's he got on that? It's away, fine, past the keeper. It's 4 more. From 82. Just a delay while Wells ties his bootlace. Partnership coming up with that boundary as well. The 6th wicket. Harris going for 52 with the score 174 for 5. didn't get up for a moment there, I thought. What do you make of this tactic?
Nothing wrong with it. Like we just said, it's just giving the batters something different to think about, isn't it?
As I say, Lancashire went for it this morning in this way. Roland Jones, Zafar Gohar, Max Holden. They were all peppered to this extent. We're constantly looking at the square leg umpire for wides, weren't they? Grimace as he set off there, Cullen. That'll be a wide. You see he's having to build himself up the energy level. It does take that little bit of extra oomph to serve up the bumper, doesn't it?
Especially first game of the season as well. Imagine everyone's been a bit stiff and sore for most of the afternoon. Do you not have that muscle memory of recent times? The men out have just been waved a bit squarer. As if to say, okay, if it does get up, it's not going to be as quick. Therefore, the ball will go squarer rather than finer.
Double to end the over. 8 off it. 82 to win from 78. 227 for 5. Short boundary to the leg side for the left-handers when the bowling's from the pavilion end. Brooks certainly won't be asked to serve up the chin music. There's the top of the Compton. What you're saying? The grandstand and the Warner have emptied, so a fair few have ventured round into the Compton stand to try and find a warmer viewing spot. Where's that gone? Well, jabbed at it wide of mid-on.
Certainly looked like it was not a million miles away from that catching mid-wicket.
Straight nicely. Stopped to cover there, just wrong foot mid off, so they got a comfortable single. Wow, that's a pickup. Right, Manny left in there now because of the sun. They've all gone to the Compton. Someone's going to have to go and fetch it. I did say we put Manny in the half of the Lancashire left-handers with that short boundary. Well done, everyone. 9 off the over, 73 to win for 75.
First time in a while, it's been less runs than balls.
They're sweeping up below old Father Time. 11 off the over and 2 still to come. It almost feels like it might be Roland Jones time at the pavilion end.
One more run in these next 2 balls is effectively a free over, isn't it? Because it would be double the requirement effectively. You don't want this to turn into a really big one though. Next 2 deliveries cannot go for boundaries.
It's better from Brooks. It really is quite incredible. It's coming down to this. To and fro in of the last 3.5 days. She looked out of it again at the last, and they're sniffing it once more. As we keep saying, Middlesex are only 2 deliveries away from Lancashire having to think about shutting up shop and holding on for the draw. End of the over, 2-3-9 for 5. Good comeback in those last couple of balls. From Brooks, Wells 47, Balderson 24. 70 from 72, 5 wickets in hand. There'll be another pinch point for sure, at least one. Whether it's to be a Lancashire win, a Middlesex win, or a draw. It's unlikely any of it will happen easily.
Well, this is game 1 of the season, folks. If this is how it's going to be for the rest of the season on the enhanced Middlesex stream in association with Dapperbet, then you are going to be in for an absolute treat between now and the end of the campaign.
Signals. Draw agreed at Somerset. And shaken.
Slight surprise. Worcestershire were 9 down, 31 behind. They must have run out of time then.
Yeah. Has he done it? He has! Goodness me! A strangle. Cullen has his second. He was asked to bump them in the first innings. He's been asked to do the same in the second. And it gets the breakthrough. Wells gone for 47. Davies holds on. 240 for 6. They're still 69 shy here. Let's have a little look. Oh, wow. Just a little bit of lift. Wells can't believe it. He's got to go. There you go, gloved it. Well bowled Cullen. We said it was hard work for him, having to bang it in. That grimace we saw from him earlier. But he gets the 6th wicket for Middlesex. Where does this take the game now? Do Lancashire keep going? Or do they shut up shop? Balderson 24 from 35. It's hard to believe that Bailey will be able to resist the temptation. A short boundary on one side. Fine innings that from Wells. He was the support act for Harris. He's kept this going very well for Lancashire. Aspinwall sent out. Head to Bailey. What does that say? We'll soon find out. 240 for 6.
Well, Aspinwall's strike rate last season, he made 124 runs at 12.7. Strike rate 61.3. Bailey made 462 runs, averaging 13. for a strike rate of 45. So significantly higher strike rate. So that may be the answer to your question.
Is attack the best form of defence here?
There's a part of me that says you've got to go for it. You can't come all this way, you know, this many overs to back out when you've got this close.
That's Moore's first ball. Oh, it's very nearly his last. Fine work from Cullen. Fair play to Lancashire. Many aside would have shut up shop by now, especially given it's a perceived Division 2 title rival. First game of the season. Many aside would have said thanks but no thanks at this stage.
Don't you hate these boring games of county cricket?
Oh my goodness me. He's going to have to get a bit further forward than that. .240 for 6. 69 to win. 68 balls remaining. How much is in the legs of these Middlesex bowlers still? First game of the season. This is a good over from Cullen though. He's gone straight from that bumper tactic to bang on line and length.
He was
Impressive.
never really comfortable with the bumpers, was he? We had a few too many that settled a bit too high. He seems more comfortable with this. Now, the other thing to bear in mind, of course, is as we see where Aspinwall is batting, the shadows are about to creep over again. And then does the light come into the equation, or the ball coming out of the light, going into the shadows? All of these could be factors.
Edged. Good stop at gully. As it went square, that one might be heading away. 240 for 6. Wells bumped by Cullen. Gloved it down the leg side to Davies. Where does this leave them? Still Bailey capable of some pretty big shots to come. Williams and Sutton, the 10 and 11. This does feel as though it's going to go right to the final over, one way or the other.
I'm just starting to wonder if Zafar is getting the ball back shortly. He's had, what, 10-minute or so break just to rest those fingers.
Oh, is that? It's quite square. Even the visibility for us up here with this setting sun. Reflections everywhere. It's crept very quickly, that shadow, hasn't it? At the non-striker's end. Just a single. Brooks is just about releasing it. Going from the dark to the light at the moment, isn't he? As that shadow creeps any more, there'll become a point where he's He's releasing it exactly at the moment of release from shade to light. And a couple of batters have spoken to about that with the shadow of the Warner stand here at Lord's over the years. And that one's put down. Oh dear. Diving away, he's got a bit of ground to cover there, Davies, doesn't he? Way down the slope, slips just a fraction wider than usual.
It's just shaping away, isn't it? And he's gone with the hands rather than the old-fashioned use your feet to get across.
Look at the next one, bounces on him just before. We said not an easy one for the keepers this match. Single to finish, 3 off the over, 243 for 6.
You see that shadow going straight across that light pylon on the Warner stand. That is going straight through the crease where the batter was. So we're talking about the ball leaving the bowler's hands in the shadow, coming into the light, then going into the shadow again, round about the batter, and you're trying to pick it out of the red brick pavilion as well. So while you're looking at things, well, that's an easy catch, actually not necessarily quite so. Well, we did wonder if we were going to go back to spin. And that is the case.
Have a look at Aspinwall will be high on the agenda here for Zafar Gohar, try and get him onto strike. Obviously, can they get Balderson? They've got 2 ends open, but right-handed lower order batter. They toss a few up and see if the right-hander's able to resist. Balderson a bit of trouble at the start of his innings, didn't he? Nice shot. Just a single. Gives Aspinwall the strike.
Got to surround him if you're Middlesex. New man to the crease against a bowler who's got 7 for in the match. Make it as uncomfortable as you possibly can. If he's good enough to survive, then fair play to him.
Pretty much leave it there, isn't it, for Zafar Gohar? See if he can get one to rip away down the slope, another one to shoot on. Ooh, gets through. They're only ever going to be a couple of big overs away now, Lancashire, aren't they? 64 to win. Very short boundary on one side. Saw Brooks bludgeoned for 6 into the grandstand, the short boundary. few reverse sweeps, didn't he, against Zafran? Actually fell to reverse sweeps in the first and second innings, LBW, and then caught deploy in this innings. That felt like it was the end of Lancashire's hopes of winning it. Here they are, still fighting. You really couldn't put your money anywhere at the moment on this one. To be very, very surprised if at least one of these sides didn't take it close when we get towards that final over. Like I say, huge credit to the visitors, because I think a lot of sides would have shut up shop a long time ago.
Absolutely. It's been a really good game of cricket, and you need two sides to do that. It's been a proper competition.
46 for 6. Brooks to continue. Had Alderson put down in the last over. Jones with the words, got a smile, whatever it is, from Brooks. Sharp single brings the right-hander onto strike. Oh, it's getting nervy now.
Something that only red ball cricket can do.
Ouch. Don't rub it, don't rub it. Still hasn't rubbed it. Chest guard on, no doubt. Where's the next one go, though? Same again. In terms of bumper, he's got a long leg. You can just see at the bottom of the screen there. It's the only fielder back on the onside. Points back on the offside. In fact, there you go. Another one is going back. It looked a little odd there. It looked as it needed one more back on the leg side. 6-3 field, 2 back on the onside. There you go. Back into that spot once more. Back in behind it this time, Aspinwall. This next one. It's good from Brooks. Tricky starts the innings he had, didn't he? Was it 30 he went for off his first 4?
You can see the effect of the wicket straight away. Aspinwall's now got 2 from 11, and the difference between the runs and the balls is 12.
He's got him! Aspinwall falls for 2. They backed Brooks, and he's come up with the goods. His first wicket in his second innings. Little inside tickle onto the stumps. Just getting through the gate there. Oh, I'm not even sure it did take the inside tickle. He's just gone straight through. That is a beautiful ball. No wonder the celebration was so big. A few better sights than that for a quick. Seams in, takes the off stump. Look at that celebration. 7 down, Lancashire. Aspinwall falls. Balderson still there. Bailey to come next. It's getting tighter by the over, this one.
Flush into off pole. Seen a few of those in this game. Nipping off the seam, coming down the hill. And this one takes the wicket. 3 more for Middlesex.
I thought for all the world it must have been an inside edge, but boy oh boy has that come back in. Lovely delivery from Brooks. Catch go down last over, didn't he? But here's Bailey. Big hitter. Had some fun over the years against Middlesex. How much fun will he have here? 62 to win, 49 balls remaining, 3 wickets in hand. No one's shutting up shop right now, are they?
Well, he's been such a big part of this game. Who's to say he's got one more part to play in it? There's 1 ball left of this over. Short leg in place. For anything fended off.
Deep mid-wicket's come up. Now just going to send across an orthodox mid-wicket, so a 5-4 field, a long leg remains back, protecting anything down the leg side. Oh, now that's close, and it's gone. He's on a hat-trick, Brooks. Right up there, straightening on Bailey. You could just about see a glimpse of leg stump, I think. Was little doubt, really, that finger was going to go up. 8 down, and Middlesex are 2 away from opening up with a victory against Lancashire. Relegated last year, favourites to win Division 2 this. But boy, oh boy, the hosts are making a statement here at Lords. They fought back themselves from 7 for 3 in the second innings, a long, long way behind. There's been a fair few times in this chase when Lancashire have looked like they were getting on top again. But it's Middlesex now. Can they find these last 2? Will Ballerson just try to hold on with numbers 10 and 11? As we said, it's going to go right to the wire either way. 247 for 8.
Well, even holding on now feels a bit different, doesn't it? Because there's all sorts of pressure going on. Bailey was basically walking. He knew straight away. He was just waiting for the formality of the finger to go up.
Tense looking dressing room. The away balcony there. A few heads down. This would be some victory for Lancashire if they pulled it off from here now. First things first, though. Williams has to face a hat-trick ball. Well, he won't. It's end of the over, isn't it? So it's going to wait for the hat-trick for Brooks. Fancy you could just see he came across a long way there. This is from behind. That just straightens on him, which you can't quite tell from that one. He fell over a little bit, didn't he? But let's watch for that leg stump when. There, yeah, it's a long way across that pad, isn't it? There's no second movement at the pad. That's a genuine strike on that line. It's just a matter of, was the umpire going to give it? He did. Everybody else fancied it was there. You're watching the live enhanced stream here at Lords from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. Andrew McKenna alongside myself, Kevin Hand on the mic. This has been some game of cricket. Pretty much from ball 1. Sam Robson and Max Holden giving it a fine start in the first innings. Middlesex having been put in, defying Lancashire winning the toss. It is toed and froed all the way through this. Zafar Gohar has played a massive part in the game as well. 7 for him. There'll be no 10 on debut for Zafar, but I don't think he'll mind one little bit, just as long as Middlesex win the game. How does Balderson play it? 62 from 47. Is it block, block, block? I think that probably is going to have to be the case here, the best chance.
At what point do you say, right, everyone in then? Once you get that feeling he is blocking, the runs are going to become a little bit more irrelevant.
Still a deep square and a deep mid-wicket back. Tempter, outside off, there's a deep point back.
That's brave. Yeah, deep points on the way in, long legs on the way in. Mid-wicket on the way in, so yeah, if you imagine the theoretical 30-metre fielding circle, I would say the only man outside it would be mid-on, and he's about 5 metres outside.
Oh. "44 balls, 2 wickets. Surely the 62 runs departs now from the equation." Dabbed away by Balderson. Brooks will be on a hat-trick for the next over. Unless there's a single here for Williams, then it'll be Balderson facing it. First ball for Williams. Surely this is the one to surround the bat, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Two
Here they
slips
come.
in.
Here they come.
Come on, and the rest. Yep, I think that's going to be another one, is it? No, he's just going to go to square leg. That's Luke Holman on as a sub for Max Holden, who batted very nearly 8 hours, basically to put the match in this position. Higgins appealing at slip that it took something on the way through. 248 for 8. 42 balls. A minimum of, but they won't get more. 42 balls remaining. It will be Balderson to face the hat-trick delivery. There's the sunny scene at Lord's. Beautiful 4 days. Hottest day of the year so far on day 1. Took us all by surprise. The quality of this fixture shouldn't have taken us by surprise for even one moment, but the way first game of the season they've both turned up, they genuinely have stood toe-to-toe from first to last.
Hat-trick ball, everyone's spreading out.
Yeah, has it been lost to them over and over? Well, that man on the right ran in to take a hat-trick here in 2016 against Yorkshire, didn't he, when it was spread over and over, and nobody pretty much realised until the next day when everybody looked back and watched the highlights. Of course, it was a hat-trick ball.
And they are now scooting in again. I think the penny's dropped. Whether there was a cry from the balcony or not. No, they are going to... I think it was a transferring of sunglasses so that the gully fielder could actually see. So there is a deep mid-wicket and a deep point.
2 slips and a gully for the hat-trick ball. Leg side, no, it's going down. It's 4 runs. 4 leg byes indeed. Which will bring up the 250 for Lancashire. 252 for 8. 57 to win from 41.
Had to ask the question, being a hat-trick ball, but sadly it was always sliding down from a Middlesex point of view.
Didn't you watch the way that I did it in 2016, Mr. Brooks? The biggest attendance for a county game at Lord's on day 1 of this match since that famous day for Middlesex in 2016. More than 10,000 were in that day. I think it was 4,275, was it? They relayed back to us for the first day of this match.
Well, he was struggling with a little bit of rhythm earlier on this afternoon. I think it's fair to say he's found it this evening.
Pretty much going to be full and straight, isn't it, from Brooks at this stage? Short boundary. On the leg side. Floodlights coming on. That's nothing to do with any cloud cover. It's the long stretching shadows of the Warner stand in particular across the field of play now and all across the square indeed. Last glimpses of sunlight on the ground just down below us here in the media centre. Around in front of the mound stand. Ooh, sharp work at gully. Shying back at the stumps there. Ryan Higgins very quickly. Actually, did he even release? I'm not sure he did. Probably wasn't the best idea with the short boundary on the other side. Toby Rowland-James orchestrating the field. 2 slips, a gully, and now a leg gully as well for Balderson. It's been a fine comeback here from Brooks. Second half, this seems really impressive first innings from he and Cullen. Those of you who haven't been with us for the start of the match, Middlesex 2 down at lunch on the first day, put in by Lancashire, all out for 260. Lancashire 359 all out, but for me watching in the dressing room, said it back as well, it was probably the best bowling display by Middlesex as a unit in many a year, for me since they won the title in 2016 indeed. Oh, leg side and away for more. Aldersine's 34, 256 for 8. Did wonder putting that leg gully in, but I suppose Middlesex probably fancying at this stage that Lancashire aren't going to go for it, so the runs don't really matter.
And as we've said, if there's a half chance that flies in that direction, you'd rather have the opportunity of taking the wicket.
And he's bowling at the stumps, isn't he? So 256 for 8, but yes, the 359 of Lancashire. In that first innings, Middlesex really felt they didn't quite get the reward for how well they bowled, but it was a brilliant performance by Harris with the century. They have Middlesex in deep, deep trouble at 7 for 3. The deficit. Big deficit in the first innings and 7 for 3, but they came back. Floated into the block hole. They came back with Max Holden in that century, which again has set this up. Middlesex 407 all out at lunch on the final day. Setting this up, and to the wire we go now. Oh, that's where he wants to leave it, isn't it? Ball rattles around. Is it worth bringing a couple more in?
Well, the Larry lunge is coming forward, isn't it? Is a big old stride. Could outside edge it through to one of those 2 slips. Could inside edge it onto pad.
Oh, he could pad up like that. Goodness me, it's close. Very, very close. Oh. Left arm around. Doesn't matter if it hits him outside the line. Yeah, I think fair play. Yep. Very, very good decision. Umpire Baldwin. He'll be feeling the pressure now, though, because you can imagine there'll be an appeal or 2 more coming his way before this is done. Not sure Williams will be padding up too many more. Right on the spot.
It's that curl on that delivery, isn't it? That left arm spinner's dismissed, so he wants another one in.
I'm not surprised. It's hard to see Williams doing anything silly here other than just blocking. Mid off, mid on, cover, point.
I think they've called. Sorry, I think they've called for another helmet. So they might.
Go.
Yeah, here it comes.
Josh de Carey's running it out. He'd be fancying delivering a bit of off spin right now, wouldn't he? He was away with the England Lions over the winter. Like the previous winter it was. Time flies. Nathan Fernandez left arm tweaker as well. He'll be learning a bit from Zafar Gohar in the nets. So there we go. Pretty much 3 slips. Down on the knees. Fernandez. Backs right up to that one, Williams.
Title of that photo, Will Williams and Friends.
Good plunge. Forward onto the front foot and blocking out that last ball. A maiden for Zafar. 30 balls remain, 5 overs. 256 for 8. Blake Cullen replaces Brooks, 2 for 54 from his 10. I think that was a 6-over burst from Brooks, wasn't it? So back to Blake Cullen. Not Roland Jones, the skipper himself.
You wonder if the change is because it's Balderson on strike and therefore he's seen Brooks a few times. If it was Williams and you've got a Brooks with his tail up, you could leave him on.
He was asked to bump them out from the nursery end, wasn't he? Won't be asked to do that to Balderson with the short boundary to the onside, although again we pretty much think that 53 is out the window now.
Although it's only going to take 1 over, isn't it?
Well, I think it's that wickets column now, though, isn't it? They'll take the points and get out of her if they can for the draw.
Short leg in place, so there's only 1 man out on that short leg side.
Whatever happens here, the appetite's already whetted for that return fixture at Old Trafford in September. Certainly the quality that we've seen across the 4 days in this one, you'd fancy these are the 2 teams that will be battling up at the top. Who will be battling with them? Kent with a victory already in this round. That's where Middlesex head to next week. Or indeed this week, Thursday. You coming to Canterbury, Macca? Fair old tale here at Lord's. Not done yet, though.
It's been gripping, hasn't it? It's been a really, really good game of cricket.
Never been a moment to sit back, has there? Every ball that passes, just that nervous energy out there, you can feel it. Fans clapping him in. You look around the field though and you can just see the smiles have turned to a little bit more focus. Single taken, 2 to go at the over. Gohar will desperately want Williams to find a single here. Weather has played its part in this one. We've not missed an over in any part of the game and going to need every last delivery of it as well. You'd fancy if Middlesex are going to find this result.
Silly point coming in under the helmet, so there's 1 either side and the leg gully.
Yep, they're surrounding that bat again. Gully's just out of shot there. You can see just creeping in mid-off and mid-on aren't far away. Furthest away is point. And to some extent it's around the bat because you're quite happy to give him a single there if one squirts through.
You'd have to assume they wouldn't take it.
Oh, leg side. There it goes, 4-leg buys and runs indeed. Was an appeal from the behind the stump. Tell you what, that must have been very, very close. Had he not have got bat on it, I think he was pretty much done for. Let's have a look. Yes. Useful bit of bat on that one. Not for the runs, just to save the situation. 2-6-1 for 8 then. 24 deliveries to find 2 wickets for Middlesex. How many around the bat? Zafar. All of them skip.
The old joke was put so many around there that they'd appeal against the light. 5 close catches along with the keeper.
Where's that mid-wicket about to go to as well, Luke Holman? Orthodox? Yep. Nope. Back you go, Luke. So you've got a slip and a leg slip. 2 short legs and a silly point. Almost wondering, is that enough? Well, again, what are the mid-on, the mid-off? If he wants to take a single, it's all his.
It's over 2 a ball.
Inside edge. And outside the line. But other than that... it's just excitement, isn't it? Anything right now, what's there? Something, anything, please.
Any kind of rush of blood.
So it just builds the nervous energy out there, doesn't it? Even for Balderson, who's trying to stay calm, I'm sure. A few breathing techniques right now.
Slower, loopier, that one.
A few breathing techniques up here.
All that needs to happen is that comes down, lands in a foot mark and explodes, and then anything can happen.
Have they got enough around the bat? Roland Jones coming over to have a chat with him. Nathan Fernandez is being sent across. It's all changed. Actually, they're taking him out. 4 around the bat.
So they've decided that the straight short square leg isn't in the game enough. So they're looking clip off the toes.
Short mid-wicket now. Is this to stop him getting the single at the end of the over, actually, isn't it? Take one more out. They want Williams on strike next over. Can Balderson find the single somewhere? Oh, yes, no. There was a point in place as well, so it was never going to happen, even if it got past the silly points. 3 overs, 2 wickets to take. 261 for 8. It's a big old grin on Brooks's face there, wasn't it? Will he be grinning if it's still 8 down in 18 balls time? And Balderson was put down a couple of overs back. of the bowling of Brooks. Can they find 2 more chances? From 7 for 3, Middlesex would have given anything for a draw in this game yesterday morning. Not many of us thought we'd still be here today when they were best part of 100 runs behind at 7 for 3.
Well, there was a discussion at 7 for 3. Would we be even back today, let alone still here at 6:45?
Bowles. Pushed him back with a couple. There's that leg gully in place. You can see him going full again in a moment. There's the one on the stumps. 2 pushing him back, 1 bringing him forward. He's playing it well here, isn't he, Williams?
Yep. If Cullen can just find 1 more to go up the hill and just feather the edge of that bat now.
That one down the hill again. Rejecting the single because I don't want Williams exposed to Zafar Gohar. Williams going to have to try and see off Cullen here. And of course, there's only 1 over of Gohar left, isn't there? And then 1 more over from the pavilion end. So I'll have a leg gully and a leg slip now, as well as the 2 slips and an orthodox gully. Oh, that was going to be close. Bat on it again. Rejecting the single once more.
13 balls remaining.
So we're a pretty tense away dressing room at the moment. A few moments ago, I wonder what it's like at the Middlesex dressing room at the moment. It's well played again by Williams. I think he thought about the single there, didn't he?
It's Pavlov's dog, isn't it? I've played a good shot. He's found the gap. It must be a run. Oh, hang on, no.
Oh dear. They'd have been jumping up and down a couple of overs ago. With the wicket of Bailey and of Wells before. It was a pensive looking Richard Johnson walking back into the dressing room there, wasn't it, the head coach? Just about got a smile from Richard Johnson there at the end. He obviously saw himself. So Zafar Gohar, 7 in the match. He's got 6 deliveries left to make some sort of impact here. Let's try to win this match for Middlesex.
Wider on the crease on that occasion.
Staying over the wicket as well, isn't he? We've been talking about left arm around. Oh, is it? No, here we go.
He may just switch each delivery just to constantly change things.
Too wide on that one. Balderson obviously rejecting that single once more. did go now, though.
As soon as that went past the infield, Safagoha turned around to Toby Rowland-Jones and said, get him up. So there is now a second slip in place.
It's a thick inside part of the bat on that one. You'd almost have to wonder why there's anybody anywhere other than around the bat at the moment. There's a mid-off and a mid-on and a square leg. Solid again from Balderson. 70 balls faced. There was a point early in his innings when Ian Lancashire was still thinking about winning it. Now, does he find a single here? Not going to take. Yes, they are. So, Williams has one ball to face.
Williams was out of the traps like a greyhound there. He spotted that straight away.
Last ball of the match for Zafar Gohar. And then 1 over remains. Can he go out with a wicket? Heap the pressure onto the final over. He's been wanting to get a look at Williams. 3 slips. Oh, wow. Nearly got through. What an effort it has been.
Well, as debuts go, it's up there, isn't it?
Looking a pretty good signing right now for Middlesex Zafar Gohar. 7 on an early season pitch. This man's played his part as well, a couple of injury-plagued years. Last first-class game in 2022, and he's thrown the ball by his skipper Toby Rowland-Jones to try and be the man to make this breakthrough. We'll have a fair cordon in here, you'd think, for Balderson. Well, they're going to go 2 slips and a couple of leg slips by the looks of it. Deep backward square coming up as well.
Got to make sure he's in front with the 2 catchers behind.
He's going to stay out at deep square. Can't really see him going for a hook or a pull here. No, he is going to come up, surely. 3 slips a gully, 2 leg slips, silly point, short leg, and an orthodox mid-wicket. Oh. Not sure that was quite right. Balderson will sit on the front foot here no matter what. You're not going to push him back. Leave that ball on the stumps and hope.
Penny for Ollie Sutton's thoughts right now.
Well played. That's where he's got to hang it though, isn't it? Top of off and hope. Stay off the pitch. Is that what he was saying?
Yes, he was saying, do not run down the centre of it.
I mean, I guess the rules are the rules, but there isn't another over to be had from the other end. Mid-wicket comes across to complete the cordon. 4 slips and a gully, 2 leg slips and the 2 close catches. Nearly there, Lancashire.
Deep breath, everybody.
3 balls, 2 wickets.
I mean, you'd mentioned that it is a cordon of 4. Can I just point out how close 4th slip is? So if there is an edge, it is going to travel very quickly.
Yeah, we've seen so many chopped short in this game, haven't we? Can you get it from the camera just how close they are? Oh, leg side. 2 balls left, 2 wickets needed. Lancashire are nearly there. Certainly a penny for Sutton's thoughts right now. Brooks has just run up to have a quick word with Cullen and heads back to fourth slip. Well, that should be it. Hands to be shaken. Lancashire have secured the draw. It's been some game of cricket. It's been some way to start the season here at Lord's. So I'll look at the disappointment from Cullen. At many a point in this game, Middlesex would have happily taken the draw, but right at the end, it's Lancashire who will head back to Old Trafford, happy with the draw. Hugs all round in the Middlesex dressing room as well. They played. There's Max Holden. At 7 for 3, Middlesex were down and very, very much out until that magnificent century, which again has to be his finest hour. Holden, it was brilliant, brilliant, that recovery, and it very nearly turned the match. Couldn't have been closer. Fantastic game of cricket here on the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Dapperbet. Andrew McKenna alongside myself, Kevin Hand, in the commentary box for this one. Andrew, that's pretty much as good a game as we're going to see this year, and it's just the first match.
It's a great start to the season, isn't it? We've seen a bit of everything. Couple of great hundreds. Harris's was very good for Lancashire. Holden's took it on to another level. And then we've seen some really good bowling. Bailey with that 5 for 79 in the second innings. Zafar go up 7 for on his Middlesex debut. Bit of something for everyone. Match drawn.
And Holden as well, 69 in the first innings, as well as that 184. Harris 52, as well as the 138. Really, really brilliant performances from both of those. And that Robson 70 was chanceless to that point, wasn't it? As much as Holden's was, I do seem to remember, for his 184 as well. Truly, truly brilliant cricket all round from both sides, batters and bowlers. It's been an outstanding 4 days, and it bodes well for these two in Division 2 this year, because they have stood toe-to-toe throughout this match, and it's going to be pretty tough to stop these two, I reckon. Well, it's Canterbury next week to face Kent for Middlesex. Lancashire at home against Northamptonshire. Do pick up the feeds of that one where you can. From Lords here, though, with Andrew McKenna, myself, Kevin Hand, and the rest of the team, bringing you this stream in association with Dapperbet. It's a draw to open up, but it's about as good a draw as you could possibly see on the opening round of the season. From Lords, from us all, it's a very good night to you all.
Or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has.
Oh, wow.
Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again. Off the bat again, that sounded big, and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
action. All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Laugh, ball, catch, throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk. Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.